Here on my screen will catch up in a minute, looking at another monitor. And we got, wow, Michael McDermott, John Ishii. Well, John Ishii is with us. Hey, Ted, Art Bear, or ATR Bear, sorry about that. Nikon, Courage Studios, Mark Weston, even in the chat tonight. Great. Good to see that. Greg Corker, Rakesh, all right, nice to see you. James, J Rod Photo, Charles Davis. Hello, everybody. So I guess everybody saw the title for the talk tonight, medium format versus 35 millimeter. And I got two big medium format people in here tonight with us. Mr. Roy, say hello, Roy.
Big. Yes, I'm big.
And John Ishii. So John's here. He just got back from his trip to Mongolia. I don't know if anybody's been following him. Some fantastic photos out of Mongolia where he carried both his Z9 and his GFX. So another interesting person to talk to. Jeffrey. I know Jeffrey's played with it, at least on the film side, right, Jeffrey?
Yeah.
But we're not going to talk film tonight, folks, because film has nothing to do with this conversation. This has to do with the current offerings for medium format in the digital world. So hopefully everybody's ready to talk about that. Millerad, good to see you in here too. All right. All right. So let's Hafoto. Hey, Hafoto, you got an email, buddy. All right. So medium format versus 35 millimeter. I watched, and I hope you guys had a chance to watch Matt Granger. He just did a video last day or so, last 48 hours maybe, talking about he was comparing I think the X2D with Nikon Z7, really using the 50 millimeter 1.2 on the Z7, I think Z7 II, and whatever comparable lens there was for the H2D. And I got to tell you, as I watched it, now he did a great job in his comparison. I don't, I'm not here to talk about that. But as I looked at the files, I couldn't see enough wow factor to tempt me to say, I got to have one. I've got to have medium format. Now, I understand that these aren't true medium format. This is, for lack of a better term, the new cropped medium format. Do they have a name?
Mini me's of medium format.
Yeah. Yeah. So there, and there could be an argument made there, but I want to talk about that and see what you guys think. And you got experts in here to talk about their experience because they've been shooting medium format in the digital world, and also want to talk about because there was so much screaming and kicking about Nikon developing a medium format camera because of the new flange mount for the Z cameras. I'll tell you, I'm just going to, just say it right up front. I hope Nikon doesn't even think about that, at least anytime soon. I would rather they just put that on hold for 6 or 8 years, and after they filled out the team with all the new mirrorless cameras, then maybe think along those lines of a medium format, because with that comes a development of a lens lineup to go along with the camera. But anyway, I want you guys to weigh in as we kick it off here and get going. Let's start it off with Mr. John Ishii with just a quick snapshot, John, of what you did in Mongolia with your cameras.
Okay, so what I did was spending 3 weeks in Mongolia on the east and west side, with Kazakhstan and the eastern side, which is mostly forest area. The conditions were extremely severe, weather-wise. So I brought two systems. I brought the Nikon Z9 system with the 24-120 and the 100-400, basically. And then as far as I wanted to shoot landscape and more tripod-centric type images, so I brought my GFX 100S, 100 megapixel, and probably a handful of the batteries, since the batteries on that camera are a bit on the small side. So I have about a handful of those. So I have two approaches. So when I use the GFX S for the landscape, taking my time, using it for on a tripod. It was, of course, stellar. In a low light situation, I don't know if you saw it, but I took an image of one of the eagle hunters in his camp, and there was a single light source, and there's an eagle on his right arm. All right, and he's holding an old rifle. And what I did in this situation is I took my time, set up the tripod, and I wanted the f-stop to be at least 9 to 10. And I shot at a high ISO. I think it was at least 4,000 to 5,000, about 4,000, and a high shutter speed. Of course, you're going to get noise, but the noise was acceptable, and I know I could clean up the noise. And what I liked about the Fuji is I use this film simulation called Classic Chrome. So it kind of gives a little vintage tint to it, and it's different from anything else. Of course, I shot in what do you call it, in RAW too. So on the second card, it's shooting JPEG Classic Chrome, and it just came out unbelievable. It was just stellar and sharp like nobody's business. The landscape pictures, of course, were you're sitting on a glacier and it's a bright blue sky, so you try to stop down as much as you can to reduce the glare and whatnot. But those just came out incredible too. So that they both have its place. You see, of course, you can't shoot high frame rates, etc. But for what it can do, you get a studio type camera and put it into a harsh environment with a Z9, and it's a great match. You got frickin' Frat here, one for this and one for that. So in that case, I was very, very happy with it by bringing those two.
Well, let me ask you this. So we're talking medium format, larger pixels. Did you notice a significant difference in noise or lower noise or higher? I know the dynamic range is higher, but I mean, what did you notice because of that, if anything?
Well, I didn't notice any degradation, because if you open the file, okay, of a GFX
I
medium
mean,
format,
as compared to 35 millimeter.
as compared to 35, I think it depends on the brand, like Z9, where it's stellar and high ISO. Of course, it's going to be a little bit better, but in the medium format range, you just have, it's going to be a bit more noisier, but you're basically expanding it to 100% or more to see the big difference. Now, if you're really anal about it, then you just stick it in, AI Topaz and clean her up.
Okay.
And then, and then at 100%, it looks great. But who looks at it at 100%, correct? So then you go back down to 12%.
Every photographer on, any channel
Every
is looking.
every critic does that.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
John, I applaud you because you don't. Honestly, I applaud you because
Well,
you don't.
I don't see the point. I mean, the original file is 12.5%, and then you pixel peek at 100% or 200% to look at the guy's pimples, and then you're just going to look at it.
But that seems to
So,
be the thing nowadays for rating anything is to pixel peep. If you can't find any flaws,
what are you going to do? Look at this all day?
Yeah, I
That's
agree.
200%.
No, I agree with you, John. But that seems to be the point where
This is
everybody.
200%. It's clean,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So then, well, I don't understand. The original picture is 12.5. That's the way you're supposed to look at it.
Yeah. Well, I agree with you. I agree with you. But that was the comments on the video that I watched was, somebody without any, I don't know, again, somebody
Well,
that fancies him an expert and he's saying, yeah, but with medium format, you can print billboards. Now, I don't know if he understands that whole process.
well, you can print billboards with an iPhone. I mean,
Oh,
come on.
that's my point, John. That's my point
Yeah.
exactly.
Well, then, you know,
So again, maybe this is what this conversation is about, to clear up some of the things, some of the you know, misnomers out there about how medium format's going to, change the
well,
world or whatever.
I mean, if you're a technocrat and that's all you look at is the specs and and you want to see DNA and that's what turns you on, then knock yourself out, right? But most
Mm.
photographers try to be artists, right? It's like trying to okay, so I go to the Louvre and look at a Van Gogh and going in at 200%. I said, God, this Van Gogh, he can't paint worth shit, right? He's
Well,
got all these little streaks and marks with his paintbrush.
John, you said something there a minute ago. Artist.
Yeah.
When,
We're throwing art out the window often here now.
when I'm just going
Hey,
to
Miss-
comment when I looked at the specs on the 100 megapixel sensor on that new Hasselblad compared to a Z9. The pixel size is 4.4 microns on the Hassi, and it's 4.35 on the Z9. Insignificant difference. They have 15 stops of dynamic range with the Hasselblad 100 megapixel sensor, and it's 14.4 with the Z9. Also fairly insignificant.
Yeah.
So your main advantage is resolution with that particular sensor size. When it's 50, it's a little different, but at 100, it's all about resolution. How big do you want to make that print? And
And
that's
I want to get Roy in the middle of this too when we talk about resolution, because he brought up something earlier, the difference between 35 millimeter 45 megapixels and medium format 100 megapixels, and he talked about the editing process or whatever. But hang on just a second. First of all, everybody wish Greg Wilson happy anniversary for him and his wife.
Happy anniversary.
hey, happy anniversary.
I
Bravo.
think it's great, man. It's great.
You made
Glad
it.
to hear it. So,
Yeah.
Roy, help us out here with one of the significant differences of shooting medium format versus 35 millimeter when it comes to editing.
When you're talking X2D or GFX, the pixel size is probably the same as a full frame camera anyway, because it's not that big a sensor. When you go to the big Hasselblad H or something, there's a difference, but more megapixels just makes it easier to touch up images, just makes the work process a bit quicker.
Okay.
That's the only real advantage for most things. For other things, it's slow frame rate, expensive, heavy, and I'll show you. Oh, this is my little macro lens.
Wow.
You could.
That's a
Press lights
weapon.
with that.
That's a weapon now.
That's 120 millimeters. That little thing.
Yeah,
Wow.
Roy, that's some serious horsepower there, my friend.
It almost
Oh,
looks
the
like
sensor's
a small
much bigger.
cannon.
What'd you
That's
say,
That
Roy?
real
invisible
deal.
sensor size is bigger.
That's the real deal.
Whereas if I go X2D, it's a little sensor, and you lose the dynamic range and you lose a lot of other things. Cute camera though.
Okay, so and I want to keep stating this throughout the stream. I'm not here to bash medium format, not at all. Like I was saying up front, there was a time when I thought, I'd like to have a medium format camera. Why? Just because I'd seen the photos, and really the incredible part for me was the out of focus area. However, it seems that the modern lenses are doing a terrific job. And I go to that Nikon 50 millimeter 1.2 that Matt used in the video. If you guys watch that video, it was holding its own compared to now. That there may be some differences. Maybe if you used another lens on the medium format camera, it might have been different. I don't know, but it was holding its own for out of focus area in the background. I know that's not everything, but that's what really enticed me to medium format years ago when I was looking at digital back medium format. So
Sensor size doesn't affect depth of field anyway.
Yeah. You'd be surprised though how many people say it does. I went on the internet today and a lot of people were trying to say there was a correlation between depth of field being improved with medium format, and it doesn't scientifically make any sense.
No.
No,
Like,
it doesn't. It doesn't,
No.
Jeff.
No.
And in fact, the medium format cameras in a studio situation, you don't want bokeh. You want sharpness from nose to ear, right? So the whole concept of having bokeh in a medium format, to me, opinion wise, forget about it. There's other better things to do. I use it to stop down all the way down to 9:10 because that's the way I was trained to do using medium format, right? Not bokeh. Bokeh
You would
you can
you
get
would do
within.
the same with your Z9 if you were doing a landscape. You'd be at f8 or higher.
Well, exactly. Or
it's
even
going
in
to
the
depend.
studio.
Yeah, it's going to depend on your subject. Maybe you're doing portraits or, bridal fashion magazine portraits out and whatever. And maybe you want something, I don't know. Anyway, I mean, there's a reason for it, obviously, but it's probably not something that you're doing all the time. But, you said sharpness too. I think that Nikon has tapped into something with this new Z mount because the sharpness in every lens that they're putting out pretty much is on point. I mean, it's pretty incredible. I think everybody's beginning to agree with that.
Yeah.
What do you guys think? So
I
does
agree.
does that take one thing away from medium form? Not take away from it, but comparable to medium format now? Is it better than Nikon's ever been?
No, you get medium. Chuck, if you get medium format because it's fun.
Yeah.
Because you like it,
Different.
If you
there's
like to
nothing wrong.
touch it, I mean, it is fun.
Nothing
And
wrong with that. Yeah.
And there's nothing. Well, yeah, you don't get a Corvette to put in lumber at Lowe's, right?
Right.
So, but it's fun to drive, so it's fun.
That's pretty much what Roy was telling me earlier.
Don't rule it out. Somebody's probably done that. Rolled the window down, stick the 2x4 out.
The difference between a sports car and a pickup truck. Yeah.
But it's fun.
Okay. Yeah, and again, I'm not bashing medium format. I'm continuing to convince myself I don't need to even think about it right now, or period.
Oh,
Because there are a lot of medium format offerings coming out now.
I mean, two people that are prominent in the YouTube world there, Khan from Grays and Matt Irwin, they bring it up a fair amount of time that they'd like to see it. But I mean, really, how big of a market is there? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't shoot it. I mean, not with digital anyway. So, I mean, I guess I'm asking the experts here, how big is the medium format market compared to, I mean, percentage wise compared to, 35 millimeter? It's got to be pretty small, I would think.
1 or 2%.
Yeah, exactly. It's very, very small, and it's very, very expensive.
Yeah.
It's very expensive.
So it's safe to say it's a niche market. And if Nikon wanted to get into that business, like Chuck says, I mean, that would be a very long-term thing, I would think. That would be way down the road.
Yeah. It's a hell of an investment.
Yeah, Hank, I said that up front. I don't need a Z9. All I need is a Kodak Instamatic. But I want a Z9 and I want the other cameras and lenses.
Yeah.
So I understand the want thing, but I just, there are a lot of people that will defend medium format as if you're doing this or you're shooting portraits or you're whatever, you got to shoot in medium format or it's so much better or it's so much better. So
that's not true.
So let's just say for a minute, and I don't know how much better, but let's say that medium format's better. Now, how much better is medium format than 35 millimeter in a studio situation, just taking portraits?
The big Hassies like that one, they are better because they've got a bigger sensor. But the GFX and the X2D they're not really big enough to make a difference.
No, Roy is right. I mean, he's got the Hasselblad H, and that's a whole different level. You get into the H series, correct, Roy? That's a whole different ball of wax.
You're like 53 millimeters by 40 or somewhere in that range with those, right? I mean, a lot bigger than what's in the
that's right.
in the Fuji or the Hasselblad. Much bigger, much bigger.
I think they're 645s, right, Roy?
Nearly.
See,
but they are bigger than that. That makes a difference in dynamic range and noise levels and everything like that. And that for that sort of thing, it's worth it. But they're expensive and they're bulky and they're slow. I avoid using it most of the time if I can help
it. How about he's got one he showed me earlier. It weighs about 22 pounds. Man.
Oh.
Well, I remember the Hasselblads coming out when they came out with I don't know if it was a 30 megapixel medium format camera, digital, and it was like $30,000. It was like $1,000 a megapixel. It was like a $30,000 body. I mean, we're going back.
Look at this guy.
Years,
What is it? It's about 10 pounds.
What is it?
It's a Fuji, my pocket camera.
It's better say overalls if you're going to put that in a pocket.
What is it? 6 by 8?
Back on it, the phase one.
Is it a 6 by 8?
Yeah, 6 by 8. The digital back's even small on it.
Look at that thing.
Most of these medium format film cameras, you can put digital backs on
them. Man.
Those are weapons of war. I'm sorry. You could have used those in the service as a weapon.
Exactly. Yeah.
Don't want to drop on your toe.
I need a trebuchet to launch it. That's the only way it becomes a weapon. All right. So, when I looked at the images and he was talking about how incredibly sharp, or he could see a difference between, sharpness between the two cameras. And I got to tell you, again, maybe if I saw prints or if I saw it, on his screen right out of camera, I might be able to tell a difference. But I find, and often, not just with the difference between medium format and 35 millimeter, but other people comparing lenses. Are my eyes getting so bad now that I can barely see a difference, if there is any difference, when they're saying, oh yeah, I can see a difference between this lens and this lens? I mean, are you guys, can you guys see that big difference or whatever when we're comparing lenses?
I think
so minute.
I think some people say that to convince themselves they didn't rip themselves off when they paid that extra money. I don't
want to make fun of it, but I will. But is it just us older guys? I mean, Roy, how about you? When you watch these reviews of lenses where they're comparing a couple of lenses, can you honestly see this difference that they're seeing?
The difference in most lenses is only when they're wide open anyway, and most people don't shoot wide open, do they?
Yeah.
Okay. Good point.
Yeah.
Lenses are very good now.
Yeah, Roy, you could choose to disagree with me. I mean, I think the S line Z lenses, even wide open, unlike their F mount counterparts, where you had to stop it down one or two stops to get edge to edge sharpness, it seems like the S series lenses, even wide open, tend to be sharp edge to edge.
Yeah, agreed. That's the big difference.
Yeah.
Hey, Gustavo asked me a question.
Yeah. By all means.
He says, John, was your first trip to Mongolia was Z9, correct? What camera did you take in prior trips? Yes, it was my first trip with the Z9. In prior trips, I took D850 and D500. So, answers that.
You may want to go over that again, John, since we got more people in here. We got a whole lot more people in here. You took the Z9 and the GFX 100, and how they performed, and your thoughts on that. I thought that was
Oh,
interesting.
okay. The Z9 was absolutely flawless, like I mentioned, in the most harshest conditions I've ever been in, which is 3 weeks of sub-zero weather and high winds, and lots of getting beat up around inside a Land Cruiser for 1,500 miles on dirt roads, and they work flawlessly. The batteries, which is if everyone's concerned, work excellent. I took 3 Z9 batteries since there's no chargers out there, nothing. So each battery would last approximately 24 to 36 hours each. And until the next stop where there is some power supply for charging. So 3 batteries was just the perfect number for that. GFX wise, Fuji wise, it was flawless, even in the severe conditions. But of course, you take your time shooting it. You don't use rapid fire, blah, blah, blah. And the batteries on that are a little bit smaller. So make sure you take a handful. I had about 5 of them. So, yeah, long story short, they were excellent. The lenses I took was basically 2 lenses, a 24-120, which I was extremely surprised how excellent it was in quality. And of course, the 100-400 was stellar. It worked like a champ. The bird tracking, the eye tracking thing for shooting the eagles. And when those eagles, they come down, they're very, very fast. And you got to hit it right when the eagle attacks the food that the handler is carrying. So it worked out great. So those 2 systems were stellar.
I want to comment on this comment that's on the screen.
Well, wait a minute. Me first.
Oh, hey, Chuck, I was getting all pumped. I was getting pumped, man.
Hey, Vic. I don't think we're defending 35 millimeter. I don't think there's any need to defend any 35 millimeter APS-C or medium format. This is a conversation about the difference between 35 and medium format. As medium format exists right now in the digital world with all the latest cameras, the Fuji, the Hasselblad, and anybody else that may be doing it soon. And is there a market difference? And what are those differences and what are they for? What do they apply to? I mean, if I was defending 35 millimeter, I'd be talking about don't buy a medium format camera if you want to use it every day for everything in all situations. And I think everybody would agree with that. But anyway, yeah, I hope it doesn't sound like I'm trying to defend 35 millimeter. I'm not. I'm trying to get to the bottom of, can I see anymore? For one, can I see the differences? Because I can't in these comparisons. And I'm looking at these experts, the guys that have them, shoot them, and you to tell me that, it's the greatest thing since sliced bread when you see them compared side by side, real world. Or, yeah, there's a difference, but it's not that great. So anyway, I hope that clears that up. And you can respond to that too if you want, Jeff.
Well, if we all do this, we can't see nothing anyway.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I think I'm just going to say I would reiterate what you said. I don't want to just word for word say what you said, but I think it's just pointing out that there's a market for it, but realizing that it's a niche market. And just like there's a market for micro four thirds cameras, but many would say it's kind of a niche market too. I mean, it's not, everybody doesn't make that sensor size. I mean, certain brands have gone that direction, but if you want to look at, say, the big 3, they don't. Okay. Doesn't mean can't get a good picture with the other sensor, whether it be micro four thirds or medium format. It's just, they're not the high volume. They're not what you tend to use for, I'll just say medium format. You're not going to be shooting birds in flight with a medium format camera. So if you want a camera that you feel you can get very good to excellent results with in all genres, you're going to probably lean 30, full frame, or at least 35 millimeter format. And if you are specific to portraiture and landscape. And I read an interesting article that somebody wrote on Reddit, believe it or not, saying that medium format photographers, they may take 5-10 minutes to set up the camera just perfect to get that perfect shot. You're taking their time. They find the perfect angle on the top of the cliff or the mountain. They spend all this time setting up, and that effort that they put in on that one shot has probably more to do with how good the picture comes out than the fact that they're shooting with medium format. They're taking their time to look at every setting on that camera. How can I optimize it? Am I going to do, are you going to do focus stacking? Are you going to do, how are you going to take this shot? Are you going to use a filter? Are you not going to use a filter? What kind of filter? They take their time. They're not in a hurry. You're not going to do that taking bird in flight. Bird's flying at you. You don't have time to sit there and say, well, I need 5 minutes for this. You got 5 milliseconds to decide what you're going to do. So it's a whole different way of looking at things and doing things. So yeah, that's all. It's different a tool for a different subject matter, and in my opinion, as simple as that.
Gustavo, what's the difference between medium 35 millimeter and medium FX digital? The same or different?
A 50 millimeter, the 50 megapixel sensor on a Fuji or a Hasselblad is going to have an advantage over a 45.7 megapixel Z9 sensor because the pixel size is significantly bigger. So you're going to capture a lot more light. You're going to have less noise. Plus it is slightly bigger in size. So it has some distinct advantages at the 50 megapixel sensor point. But when you go to the 100 megapixel sensor is not a larger sensor in the medium format cameras right now than the 50 is. It's the same size sensor. You've just packed twice as many pixels in it. So those pixels are now a lot smaller, and they're comparable to what's in a Z9. So some of those advantages go away. But if you're at the 50 megapixel sensor point of view, you're going to have some, you're still getting 16-bit versus 14-bit, number one. So that's a big difference right there, processing wise. So it's not just the sensor. It's, 16-bit, 14-bit.
Hey, greetings, Cal. Good to have you in here, sir. I don't know if you've been in here or not before. Maybe you have, but good to see you back. If you've been here, sorry I don't recognize the name. So Mozman's out at an Armenian wedding tonight, and Ron says, "Please talk about the behind the scenes going on there."
Is he with you with Vahagan, or are you on your own?
Second shooting for Vahagan, maybe. I don't know.
Does Vahagan does a lot of Armenian weddings, does he not?
Yeah.
Another advantage of medium formats is the actual shutter. Most of the bigger medium format ones have got a copal shutter as opposed to a focal plane shutter. And you can sync between 800 and 2000 naturally without having to use hypersync or high-speed sync.
Okay.
That's a big advantage.
That's at any f-stop, correct?
Yeah, at any f-stop.
Yeah. That's a big deal. That's a big deal.
That is a big deal for me. That's a big deal for studios.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So
if somebody's interested in getting in the medium format, I would definitely go secondhand because the prices drop like a rock. Secondhand Fuji, like a GFX-R, cheap, and the lenses take you can get them secondhand, and they're hardly used.
Of course, those lenses are not as Ron was saying, Roy was saying, those are not the Copal shutters, though. Those are a standard, typical shutter,
Yeah,
focal plane shutter. But you pay a lot more for the ones in the Hassie, being a focal shutter.
Every lens has to have its own shutter.
Yeah.
My wife just ordered the X2D. Should be here, but she's she's crazy about Hasselblad.
Well, I just think
is that because of the trip to Mongolia with her Leica?
Well, I mean, the sin they made with that though is they don't have any video.
I don't even want to go there.
Right? They don't have any video in that camera. It's like I would get the Fuji before that, because of the video. Personally.
Yeah.
I never shot video on my GFX, to be honest.
Really?
I just got too many catches of his shoot video.
Charles asks, is the dynamic range that different between the two?
Yeah.
Well, was he referring to between the 50 megapixel sensor and the 100, or between the 35 millimeter and the medium format? Because I don't know what he's comparing what to what. Like I said, the 100 megapixel sensor in the Hasselblad is 15 stops dynamic range. The Z9 is 14.4.
No, between 35 and medium format is.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The 100 megapixel medium format is 15 stops dynamic range versus 14.4 for the Z9. That's not a big difference. That ain't enough to get yourself all cranked up over.
How much difference is 2 more stops dynamic range?
That's subjective as well. They tend to fudge the figures a bit.
I think, because we're talking about manufacturers reported dynamic range here to begin with. But so now, perception. You guys have both cameras, or can you see, is there a perceptible difference in the dynamic range for you, John, between the Z9 and the, it's not true fair, but close as we can get, the GFX 100?
Yeah, there is when you print it out.
Okay.
But by computer wise, I can't really tell, but printing wise, yes.
Yeah, there is with the big Hassie too. There is a difference in dynamic range and resolution, but do you want to work like that? It's big and slow and clumsy.
The prints from the medium format, when you print it out large, it is really, really amazing. And then you have such a lot more leeway when you do your post.
Well, let me throw this controversial question out there to you guys. And all of you get a chance to answer it. We just watch how long you take on your comments, because we got a lot of people that are zipping through. But should Nikon, because there's a big call for that too. We're on the high megapixel kick again. We know that Sony just, they're rumored to drop the A7R5 with another 61 megapixel sensor. I know they already have it, but another one. It's a new sensor, 61 megapixel, I think is what they're saying right now. So should Nikon go the route of another, a larger megapixel camera, 61 megapixel or higher? Is that going to make a difference? John, based on, your comment, the more pixels, the more resolution, is that going to make a difference, or what's that going to do to the camera?
Not for me. I like what the Z9's 45 or whatever is just a perfect match for me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want anything higher because I already got that anyway. So the point is moot. I wouldn't buy one. No.
Leica tried it. They brought out a medium format megapixel monster, and then they didn't.
It failed.
Yeah, it failed. No one wanted it.
Okay, so should Nikon, and I'm just asking you guys, just your opinion. This, nobody's going to jail over their opinion. Should Nikon forego the super megapixel sensors and just let people go to a medium format or whatever for that if they want it?
Probably not. I don't see a point to it.
Yeah,
It's just too much re-engineering.
Yeah.
I think that some things I've read said that really 61 megapixels is about as far as you would want to push it on a full frame camera.
Mm.
But whether well, here we go. I'm going to say, do you need it? Do you need it or do you want it? I'm going to do a Chuck thing here. Do you need it or do you want it?
If you can make it work, then it fits the
yeah,
need category.
yeah,
But
right.
yeah.
But the thing is, anything when I was been reading, anything beyond that 61 is diminishing returns. It really isn't worth it. And plus, for video, I mean, the 45 I think is a better choice when you're doing the video as well. I don't know. I mean, they're going to do what they have to do to. If they do it, they're doing it because they feel they need to match the other guy from a perceived competition standpoint or people's perception that 61 is better. If that's really high, they're going to jump on board, do the same thing.
There's no doubt that people are going to buy things just to say they have them. All right.
Yeah.
So take that out of the equation. Let's not even go down that path because there will be a bunch of people that will do that. But, medium format's main advantage, Mike's saying here, seems to be its croppability and image quality off the shelf. 35, these can be achieved through various means, but time. What do you guys want to comment on Mike's comment here? I think he's saying this is my opinion because he says seems to be.
No, he's right there.
No, that's correct.
If you're into it,
You don't crop though. You don't crop medium format.
Yeah, if you're using it for portrait, you're not going to really crop a portrait much. I wouldn't think. I wouldn't think unless you don't like the person, then maybe a crop.
Well, here's an interesting comment. I'm going to let you guys weigh in on this. I got to go to the little boys' room already. I've been drinking way too much coffee and haven't even hit an hour yet. But Paul makes a comment. He says, okay, folks, what happens when Nikon and Sony or Canon come out with an 80 or 100 megapixel sensor with the flexibility and functionality of a 35 millimeter equivalent? Well, it would have to be unless they made medium formats. So then where is the medium format advantage? I guess you guys, I'm sure you guys have something to say about that. Because it's not just in the pixels.
It's going to be sensor size. If you got a 100 megapixel sensor on the size of a full frame sensor and it's got 100 megapixels and you got 100 megapixels on a sensor that's sized for medium format's going to win. The pixels are going to be bigger. It's going to be less noise, better in low light, no contest. Simple as that. You just can't keep adding megapixels to the full frame camera and think that other than now I can print it. Now I can print. How many? I'd like to know how many people. Not to be insulting, but how many people? Most of the people I know don't even do prints. I print stuff all the time. I mean, I know people that all they're doing is going on Instagram and Facebook and stuff. They never print a print, so I wouldn't even be worrying about it.
Okay, Roy, you're up.
Well, for Instagram, you wouldn't need anything bigger than a point and shoot.
Yeah, I mean, get out your Kodak Instamatic, as Chuck would say.
Yeah.
So I guess the answer to the question then you guys are saying is there is no advantage, or medium format would still have the advantage at 80 to 100 megapixel. Nikon, let's say Nikon drops a 100 megapixel camera this month. The Z7 III is going to be 100 megapixel. What's the advantage of medium format over that camera? I guess that's what he's asking, and I know the answer.
You're still probably going to have better dynamic range and everything else on the medium format.
Yeah.
Once you go to, I think, like they said, about 50, 60 megapixels on a full frame is about the limit at this time in technology for a full frame camera. To get more megapixels than that, you really need the bigger medium format sensors, not the smaller, like the GFX and the X2Ds. You need a really big sensor to get more megapixels and have it clean and noise free and good dynamic range. And one thing I like about medium format is the 16-bit. I wish they'd bring that out on the Z9 and that. 4 times many.
that'll be a big thing in any of the cameras coming out next in 35 millimeter, 16 bit.
Yeah,
I don't
I
know
would
why they
much
haven't.
rather have
Yep.
them focus on dynamic range improvements rather than keep on doing
Well,
this megapixel war.
But a lot of people don't understand that though. Bit depth, 16 bit or 14 bit versus 12 bit versus 8 bit, and it's all in the color spectrum, the color graduations, and the grayscale, and how
many shades of gray, how many shades of red, how many shades of everything, right?
right.
The more bits you got, the more shades you have. I mean, so
And I used to have, I had the numbers written down here. The difference between 10 and 12 is huge.
Huge differences when you
Yeah,
just go 2 bits up. It's a big jump. It's not like
16
twice
bit,
as many.
4 times the resolution.
Yeah, it's
four times
nuts.
the bit depth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, I understand the whole thing, 16 bit versus 14 bit. And a lot of people are hoping for that too. And I just want to throw this up here because Albert's the lens guy. He loves vintage lenses and adapting them and everything else.
Don't we all?
I want Albert on the show. He's got to get his
You
studio
keep
up.
inviting him. He keeps ignoring you, Chuck. We're gonna have to. I guess we're gonna have to pay the guy to come on.
Yeah,
We're just gonna have to
he's
chip
a
in.
busy guy. I know.
Yeah, chip in, Albert. Get you on the show.
So here's a comment though, and I'll let you guys respond to that too. And I'm not excluding you, Amar. We'll get to that in just a second, buddy. You'll instantly see the background blur is different when using medium format lenses on a 35 millimeter camera, since in most circumstances, the medium format lens will provide better blur at an equal f-stop. What do you guys think? I can't speak to that. I can't speak to that. I've never done that or tried it or whatever. And that goes along with the comment I made earlier, out of focus area being different. At least it seemed that way. And I'm not saying that I knew that for a fact, but it seemed that way. The difference between the out of focus area with medium format and full frame or 35 millimeter seemed to be that much better. And that's just me. I was wrong, but so
depth of field and bokeh doesn't change with the sensor size. It's always the same. 100 millimeter lens is always going to be 100 millimeter lens. It doesn't change. The depth of field, hyperfocal difference, everything remains the same.
Okay.
It changes with f-stop and distance. That's all.
Yeah.
And Amar made a comment. I want to get to it before I'm sitting there bouncing my leg like I used to do when I was 4 years old. My mom would say, "What's wrong with you?" Well, I got to pee.
Well,
I did that at the movie theater.
His statement is true. His statement is true more because it's 16 bit versus 14.
Yes.
Not the pixels themselves. It's because it's 16 bit versus 14.
That's right. Love to sit on 35 mil full frame.
I mean, they could get there. They're going to get there. I really think they will.
So here we go with pixel pitch, and this is where Amar is going to get into the numbers for us here. Talking about A7R4 is already at 3.5 microns per pixel, basically the size of the pixel. So at 80 megapixel, it's going to be more like 2. And the smaller the pixel, I guess, the harder it is to gather light and do other functions or whatever. So this is where we begin. That's where we get into the issue of medium format. Would it be better? It would depend. I mean, you're not going to go shoot football or soccer or whatever. Or I guess you could, but the point is that medium format definitely has its place still. And again, I'm not picking on medium format. I was really looking at the sharpness and the out of focus area for medium format, not all the other benefits that go along with it, because in the comparisons, that's what we get. We see the comparisons of the photos side by side. Here's this camera that happens to be medium format. What do you think? I think this is a bit sharper. I think this is a bit cleaner in the bokeh or whatever. But I guess that's not really always the case at all.
At the same aperture and distance, the same 100 millimeter lens on each camera should be the same.
Well,
the lens or
but
the distance.
But is it in the design of the lens then, Roy? Because some
No,
lenses don't
it's
render
just
the out of
basic
focus
physics.
area. Well, I
It's quality
understand.
of the lens, perhaps, but
Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
because
basic
How
physics.
many
I mean, it's
diaphragm?
whether it melts
How
away
many
to
blades do you
butter.
have?
Well, it melts
Right.
away to butter, or it has the, the not artifacts, but ridges, lines, this or that or whatever. It's so. But you're saying that a 1.2 lens on either camera is going to be render the same out of focus area at
That's
the
right.
same focal length. Okay.
Assuming
Okay.
assuming it has the same number of aperture blades, that would be the only variable, right? If you got 7
Yeah.
blades or 9 blades,
Okay.
one
So then
would be better
lens
than the other.
manufacturer does
So,
have something to do
yeah,
with it.
yeah, it could, yeah.
Okay. All right.
I mean, that's just another factor that. But lots of time, you don't always have an exact equivalent. Maybe I'm wrong here. I don't know that every single time you have an exact equivalent
No, it's just
Yeah.
of
rough.
lens in medium format versus a 35 millimeter.
Hank, I gather you have a GFX 50 or 100. All right. I'm just guessing here, but he's making a good point. People are moving. Well, I don't know if I agree with moving. That's a question, and you can convince me if I'm wrong. But people are buying medium format because the size has come down in the price. I agree with that 100%. GFX 100S is spectacular. Okay, well that's in your response to him. But are people moving to medium format? Or are they adding medium format? Because it seems most people haven't given up their everything they're shooting or whatever, but they're adding a medium format now. Am I correct there, or am I completely
Yeah.
wrong?
No, they're adding. I don't think they're moving.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not throwing away a 35 millimeter camera that you need for
No.
action and getting a medium format that you really can't use for action.
Yeah,
They'll
exactly.
they'll get it for those specific genres that benefit more from the medium format, and they'll have two systems.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what I think. I mean,
Simple as that.
yeah.
You got to have a saw and a hammer, two different things, right?
Yeah.
It's an advantage to going to whatever's most popular too, like 35 millimeter. All the technology is going there, and that shows. You don't see technology going to the medium format as much, or even crop sensors. They don't have that technology that everyone's pouring into full frame cameras.
Well, having said that, Chuck, I want to
Yes, sir.
convey this story. So we're in these Lexus 570 four-wheel drives,
Yeah.
right? Okay. They're about 10, 12 years old. So this guy, these Mongolians are incredible. He's sitting there, and we're talking about tools, right? Right tool for the trade.
Yeah.
So the driver says he's got a little rattle in some joint or something in the wheel bearing. So they got this thing in the middle of a field jacked up, and he's taking that. He's got the wheel off, he's got the hubs off, and he's looking at the brakes and trying to figure out where this rattle is coming from. So he kind of figures it out, needs new bearing. So as far as tools are concerned, usually people like us will go down to the Lexus dealer and let him figure it out. No, he's got a hatchet.
Mm-hmm.
And he takes his hatchet, the back end of that hatchet, and he is wailing away on that bearing. God, boom. And I'm saying, God, I had to video this and send it to the Lexus and just wailing on it, right? So I said, look, this is my saying you must have the right tools for the trade. Well, I think that just went out the window.
It's tough
An hour later,
it's tough if you only have one tool.
And then he takes out the bearing, puts some more grease on it, and hammers it back in, and you're good to go. So it's kind of like the medium format 35 scenario.
So, and I agree with the quality of the glass. I mean, that's been age old, really. We just really never talk about it, but absolutely. I'm guessing, tell me if I'm wrong, folks, the more resolution, the more flaws you're going to see in your glass.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sure. If you took a lens that you thought looked great on a 24 megapixel camera and you put it on a 47 megapixel camera, your heart may be broken rather quickly, depending on how cheap that lens was.
I think that's been
Amar
the
is
thing.
correct.
Yeah.
Amar's comment just now,
Yeah.
he's absolutely correct.
Right.
That's why Leica lenses, their micro contrast is unbelievable.
Expensive though.
Because right, there you go, you know. Costs money, right? You want to go fast, costs money. So he's absolutely right. And I use 35 mm lenses on a medium format, and I'm not a real fan of it. I don't do it.
Hey, Greg, I partially agree with this, but I think the issue that we have is, all lenses aren't.
They're not. You can't check the boxes aren't checked off equally on every lens.
Well,
it might be the same focal length, but like I said, one might have 7 blades, one might have 9 blades.
Well,
not the same.
We're talking about lenses, and in this case we're comparing two format sizes, so you can't put the same lens on each camera. So there are going to be difference between the lenses no matter what. But
it takes a bit of fiddling.
Yeah, I bet it would. And would it be a fair comparison at that point, though, Roy?
Albert's got an adapter for that, I'm sure,
Yeah.
right? Albert's got to have an adapter for that.
I don't know if that's a fair comparison or not. But now, I like his question. Are we saying that they're just imagining the difference? I guess that's one of my questions. Go ahead, Roy.
That's a Nikon to F adapter.
Okay.
I can put my Hasselblad lenses on the Nikon.
Wow.
For what it's worth.
Did it make a difference? Is there anything special when you did it? Okay.
No, just fun.
Okay.
Just fun.
You're a man after Albert's heart, man, with that adapter. Albert, I'm telling you, I'm not making fun of him. Albert is the man. If you want to know about adapters, Albert is the man to ask. So anybody in the audience that has a question about mounting anything to anything, Albert's the man to ask. And, between him and Roy, I'm sure they can figure out what you need. So no, I don't think that, I don't think they're just imagining differences, Greg. That's the whole point is, how fair is a comparison on, and maybe that's something we take away from this conversation tonight. And I'm guilty of it myself. So it's something I take away from it as well is, should we get wrapped around the axle watching these reviews and see one and the reviewer saying, oh, look at the difference. And it's such a fantastic, it renders so well, this lens over that lens or this body over that body or whatever. Should we just take that with a grain of salt? And I know the answer to that is a unanimous yes for, the audience here, but we do get wrapped around the axle and we want, we don't need, we want because of what we see in a review. I guess that's just a warning to all. Be careful. Don't let the
look at in the last 2 weeks, how many YouTubers, I'm not going to mention names, we all know who they are. How many YouTubers have done 50 millimeter comparisons and talking about bokeh? Okay, the 51.2 versus the 1.8 versus the, whatever, and doing the brick wall test and doing the blurring out the background and saying, well, this one's better than that one. Well, yeah, they may all be 50 millimeter lenses, but obviously if you have one that is a 1.2, you're gonna be able to get creamier bokeh per se than you are with the one that's a 1.8 or a 2.8 or an f4. So yeah, it's the same focal length, but
I think we get that. But I've got an 80 to 400 f mount, and I've got a 1 to 400 s mount. And there is a slight difference between the out of focus area on each of those lenses. It's a little more harsh on the 80 to 400. And, so is that the lens design, or, new glass, better glass, or what? So there's two lenses that have comparable focal lengths, and there is definitely a difference in the out of focus area. I know we're concentrating on that, but let's face it, that is a point to test. That is a point to look at for differences between lenses. You may not use it often, but it's definitely something to look at. So I don't know how many blades each of those lenses have. I know Jeffrey's going to go find out here.
How many lens elements in the group? How many groups? How many
All
this? Right. How many spherical lenses? How many this kind of lens? Fluorine coating, non-fluorine coating. You can go on and on and on and on. It's not an easy question to answer, but that's why you see differences between the same focal lengths of the same camera brand with, it's just, that's why maybe one lens is a $500 lens and the other one is a $3,000 lens. It's not $3,000 because it does the same, because it's exactly the same as the $500 one. There's a difference.
Let's go. You got to get off the fence, man. You're going to have to come on the show. You're going to have to be set up so you can show us all this. I'm interested, man, especially after meeting you down in New York City. All right.
30 lenses.
Wow.
I haven't got that many. I'm jealous.
and I think you've been around a little bit longer than Albert, Roy.
Actually, I may have that many.
Yeah, Mark, that was part of the reason for the Z mount. That was Nikon mentions that, talking about angle of light to the sensor, the wider mount providing a better angle to the sensor. So,
but the physics says that a 50mm lens or a 100mm lens, either on the medium format or the full frame, is going to have the same depth of field, same properties at the same distance and same aperture.
It's so interesting. Now I got to go look at this again, because I think it's so interesting that oh shoot, what was I going to say? I have seen photos with 3.2 lenses in medium format, and shooting wide open, the out of focus area was fantastic. And it wasn't because the background was so far removed. It just seemed like it did better. Now, what am I missing here?
If they're at the same distance, it shouldn't be a difference.
Okay.
On the same aperture.
Because I wish I could check that out. I wish I could do that, run that test. A medium format camera with the lens, and you shoot it wide open, not worried about how sharp the subject is. I mean, as sharp as it's going to be. But to look at the same scene, same subject, same distance and everything, and shoot a 35 mil camera with a comparable focal length and same distance, same everything at 3.2, and look at the out of focus area. Is that a fair test, though?
It is, but they should be the same. I had a nice argument with someone else on the internet the other day about the same thing. It was Steve Perry's site, but they were saying how the size of the sensor changes the size of the depth of field and everything. And I said, if I've got the H there, and if I change the back from a physically large sensor to a smaller sensor, the depth of field and the bokeh are all going to be the same. Hyperfocal distance will be the same. The depth of field will be the same. It's not going to change the actual the properties of the lens, the physical properties.
Yeah, the sensor is only differentiating your resolution.
That's right.
And your sensitivity to light, depending on how big your pixels are, which in turn
doesn't affect the depth of field.
Yeah, which in turn affects noise. Too much noise or less noise. Has nothing to do with, like Roy says, nothing to do with depth of field at all.
Albert Roy, let's see. So here
you
go.
Some of the things that people see now, okay, like Mike Norton says, better tonal quality. So some of the things people see when they're looking at a print made on a medium format versus the 35 millimeter is some of that's color science. Some of that is other magic or the formula or whatever that's put into that medium format camera. It isn't strictly sensor derived. It's other factors. It's 16 bits versus 14 bits. It's color science. It's algorithms. It's other things that these manufacturers do inside the camera. It's not clear cut. Oh, it's the lens. Oh, it's the sensor. That's why it's better. Or the lenses are better. That's why it's better. There's so much that all works together that good luck figuring out exactly what it is that makes it look so much better to some people's eyes. I mean, there's a lot that goes into it.
Hey guys, tackle this from Sithbeck 007. Everybody get in on that. I'll be right back. Or I'm gonna need a pan in front of me.
Your back teeth are floating.
Yeah. You were supposed to leave 10 minutes ago, Chuck. You're ready to explode by now. We got a leaker. That's what we're going to say. We got a leaker. Okay, this question.
Yeah, that's true. I agree with that. I'll bet you can get a secondhand GFXS for a good price.
Nice camera, but it's got to have its use.
My wife swears by her Hasselblad. She took some outstanding pictures.
That's a cute camera.
On her 907. She loves that 907.
Oh yes, I've always wanted one of those.
It's
get the old Hasselblad back into use.
Yeah, I love the feel of it. Looking down like the old days, just like the old 503.
I wouldn't use them for work, but those old cameras are much more pleasant to use.
Yeah. Hey, Roy, what's wrong with your leg, by the way?
It's kind of broken.
What happened?
Motor accident. I'd love to put the digital back on one of them. I do. But it's only looks small.
Well, I'm glad you're doing okay.
I'm always doing okay.
That's good. You live in Sydney, is it? You stay there?
No, Melbourne.
Melbourne.
I'm in a wheelchair because I pinched the chair for my wife, but I didn't have anywhere else to sit.
Oh, well, easy to get around. That's great. Yeah, I have this 110 f2 lens. It's pretty nice.
Yes, I was tempted to go with GFX, but I think I'm a bit probably happy with the cameras I'm using.
Yeah,
it's always nice to look at new gear, but do you need it?
Well, of course not. But the price, I noticed the secondhand price on Fuji's, they take a nosedive.
Yeah.
I don't know about all, but
I don't think medium format's going to continue too much longer, except in special uses.
Oh,
it's
really?
just too specialized.
I enjoy just like the slowness of it.
I do too, but you can be slow with a full frame as well. And
my good friend uses what you have. He has an H series, and it's an old one.
H series.
He loves it. He takes it to Indonesia and uses it everywhere.
It's getting too heavy though. It's not. Yeah. It's only and too expensive to cart around, and
it's extremely heavy.
I'd rather grab the Z9. It's easier.
Did we get it answered? Kind of. Jeffrey's waiting in the wings. All right.
Well, I tried to answer it, but then I just disappeared because no one liked my answer, so they cut me off. I got cut off.
Mark Weston says lenses are not handmade anymore. Glass is machined by computer controlled lathes, milling machines. There's less variation between samples. It's not It was not. So 20 years ago. Okay.
Mm.
Yeah. So
Just to pick your good lens from the bad ones.
yeah.
Well, people still do that. I'm shocked when I hear people. To this day, I'll hear people say, "Oh, I had to get 5 of those lenses before I got one that's good," and that scares me when I hear people say that.
Really?
No excuse for that in today's day and age with technology.
Yeah.
You should not have that kind of variation where someone has to, send a lens back and exchange it and get another one and exchange it and do it 2 or 3 or more times before they get one they like. I mean, that's nuts.
Aren't they all done by computers and CAD
With-
machines? And
Yeah.
right.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
don't
the
know.
precision is.
Yeah.
Yeah. How many times do you hear people on forums say, "Oh, it took me a while to get it"? They'll say, "It took me a while to get a good copy," and I'm like,
Huh?
"Really?
Really?
I've never had a lens of any brand camera that I've ever owned where I felt the lens was absolute junk and I had to go get another one."
Hey,
Never.
I want to tackle this too, because this fits into the whole conversation, or the conversation as a whole. Okay. So, and I agree with you, Mike. I agree with you 100%. But the majority of people today, and I'm going to make this bold statement as if I know, because I've run this poll for every photographer or everybody that owns a camera, right? That most people don't print. The majority don't print. And the majority are not professional photographers, meaning they don't have high end clientele. And high end, I mean people that are paying good money for good prints and things like that, or good photos. The majority of the photos are shared amongst family, friends, and on Facebook and YouTube and whatever today more than anywhere else. So I think that's a part that nobody wants to tackle. That comment, nobody wants to tackle that point, because everybody feels proud of themselves. And how many people say, "Well, I'm a professional photographer"? Are you making a living at photography? What does your client list look like, and things like that? If you're shooting one wedding every 3 months and you're a backyard wedding person, I'm sorry, you don't. You're not necessarily a professional. And I know I'm ruffling some feathers. And look, just so everybody knows, I don't get paid for anything I shoot. Okay. I share it most on social media and with others. And sometimes some of the people that I shoot for do print the photos. I don't print them. I'm not getting into the printing business. And I'm a hobbyist at best. Okay. But too many people that really don't have a dog in the fight weigh in on this professional business and prints and everything else. So I'm not disagreeing with you at all, Mike. I'm just saying that based on how most people shoot today and what they shoot for, I don't think that all this stuff that we're talking about, the sharpness, the out of focus area or the bokeh, the micro contrast makes a hill of difference in how they shoot and what they shoot. And all right, I'm ready. Let me put my flak jacket on real quick, my body armor, because I know I'm going to get beat up for that comment. But I'm saying it from the point of view of somebody that is in that category. Okay. All right.
I'll add to that printing comment in the sense that, okay, I have in my room here, hidden in top secret drawers, over 100 prints right now, different sizes, 100 prints. And I looked at different places that do prints, had different samples done, so on and so forth. And what I find is online printers, everybody says, well, you want to have 300 DPI. You want to have 300 DPI. Well, most online print service companies do not print at 300 DPI. They print at 200 DPI, not 300 DPI. And if you could sell a reasonable amount of prints, then the smartest thing to do, even though it's painful because it's a pain to set up, is you're going to get a much higher resolution print if you buy your own printer. You could get over 300 DPI.
Oh, of course.
Easy, but you got to buy one of those printers that's like the size of a small piano, if you're going to do anything decent sized, and you have to use it, because
Well,
otherwise you're just going to waste a lot of ink, because it's always going to be.
Well, okay.
not
So
necessarily,
okay.
Jeff. I mean, I got this Epson 5000 here. It prints, gallery size prints, which is more than adequate. Now, if I want to do anything larger, then
Oh, that do
go
like a
with it.
13 by 19? Is that what it?
Yeah. And it does. It's a inkjet printer.
Yeah,
And
but if you
it
want to
does
do
the-
a 20 by 30, I'm saying you'd have to buy one of those.
well,
really
yeah.
big
Well,
giant
then
ones.
you go to a professional, fine art printer who uses a nice inkjet print, an Epson one that does large prints.
Yeah.
But you got to take it to a print master. You just don't take it to your regular Costco and have them whack them out. So you go online and go to a print master, and then they go over exactly what you want, what kind of paper and what profiles you want, and there you go. But yes, is it expensive? It could be, but if you have one or two masterpieces, I got one printed by a print master the other day. Diana got it done, and I'm telling you, it is over the top. It's like a Rembrandt painting on Moab fine art rag, and it is unbelievable.
Well, I was going to say the other thing about printing is if you're going to do it yourself, it gets costly. And not just that, but you got to know how to print. I found that out the hard way. I thought
Well,
I'm going to
yeah.
start. I'm going to start printing my own photos, and that's an art in itself.
Well,
So
yeah, to be able to print, you have it is a little bit of rocket scientist, because you got to know colors, you got to know color profiles,
yeah.
you got to know print profiles, and your computer and your printer has to speak the same language.
Yeah.
And what most people don't do is that, oh, how come it comes out all weird? Well, because your software is speaking Chinese, and then it's trying to communicate with a guy who speaks Spanish. And what do you think is going to come out? It's just gibberish.
And you're looking at a guy here that can't even save a phone number, a contact in his iPhone.
But actually, Chuck, it's not that difficult. It's just a learning curve. I
agree.
And as far as price, you're already buried in your gear.
And I think you have to want to, and there you go. And it's not,
of course,
and
you have to want to. Otherwise, you're not doing it because you ain't got nothing else to do, right?
Yeah. So I think that's it. I think
it's like sitting in the dark room. I didn't like sitting in the dark room shaking trays all.
Maybe that needs to go. Maybe that needs to go along with when we start talking about printing, especially if we start talking about printing yourself. Then, hey, there is a learning curve to it, no doubt about it.
There is a learning, but if you don't want to do it, just go to a print master,
right? And that's what I've done. Yeah,
send him your TIFF files, and he's going to ask you what you want, and then you pay for it. You bank in the money. And then he'll send it by FedEx.
Yep.
Whatever.
And that's what I've done.
There you go.
I've used Nations Photo before, and they do a good job. I mean, it worked for me. Yeah. It was fine for me.
It's fine.
Hey, Hank, the big thing here is for medium format for me is it's something that I wanted for a long time, especially in the Hasselblad days. But, and I'm talking about the H series, but it's no longer, I think, anything I want. And I found that out on that video, and I'm saying don't use videos to measure anything, but it answered the question for me that whether I really wanted one or not. And I've just got to the point where, no, I don't want one right now anyway. I've got too many other things on the plate that I want before I even consider going back to wanting medium format.
Can I make a comment on the Matt Granger thing?
Yeah.
I mean, God bless his heart. I think he's a great guy, blah, blah, blah. But having experience in the equipment he's using, I just took it as a grain of salt. I don't buy it, because I use it. I use it for different purposes than Matt. So when he goes out and says all this and compares on YouTube, I mean, let's be honest here, right? You got to use some common sense, man.
Well, I
Right?
agree with you, John, and the whole point I got from that is for social media, it don't matter to me because I couldn't see a difference.
No, but if you were seriously thinking about getting one and you
Yeah,
had the cash and this is what you want and you watch that,
yeah,
I mean, come on, you, you- you're splitting hairs on half this stuff, and the Hasselblad X2D, it's it's owned by a Chinese company, so let's
DJI.
DJI. So then, and thank God for DJI to come in and rescue that company because it was going down the toilet. Right?
yeah,
So then
yeah.
it brings it back, and it depends on what you want. But watching that video where he's speaking to I don't know how many gazillion people, it must have turned a few people away, which is unfortunate. And the pictures that he was taking of some girl leaning against a wall is, I mean, come on, right? Let's be honest
Yeah.
here.
Hey,
I've been to Hong Kong. I know where that wall is.
I would be taking a
I'm
lot of landscape
I'm not
shots
here to
with that.
defend his great
No, I'm not
reviewing
saying.
ability,
I'm just
but
saying. I'm just
it,
giving my
it
two
it
cents
just
worth on
it
it.
just convinced me that okay, I don't need to fool with this right now, anymore. It was something that and you guys have helped me tonight with that. It brought up the whole conversation, and the conversation is what seals it for me, though, John. Listening to you all, I know how you used it in Mongolia. Beautiful photos, I get that, but it's for me, all I'm going to do is show them here on YouTube or
Yeah, then
Facebook or whatever, and it's pointless for me. It's not going to
well,
make
it
that
is.
big a
Then
difference,
it's a waste. Then it could,
right?
then that's a waste of money. You could use that money to buy something for the wife or something.
Or
Why is that
yeah,
dirty?
Now, Chuck, you should have said absolutely. I'm going to buy something
I
for the
know, I
wife.
know, I
You
know, and I'm
took too
already in
long, and
trouble.
you are somebody.
John
You're
had
in
to go
trouble.
there, didn't he? He
You're
had to go there.
you're like that movie, Dead Man Walking, Dead Man
Of
Walking.
course, of course, I'm going to use it to buy something for the wife. Now,
Yeah, now.
John threw me under the bus. No, no, I'm just kidding, John. Yeah, but again, this conversation has really helped me, though. Get over that whole idea.
Yeah, yeah,
And when the GFX 50 came out, I was interested. I'm not going to lie, I was interested. I wanted to see what it was all about. And but if I get it, it's going to be because I want it and I want to play with it, not because I'm going to use it,
well, there you
you know,
go.
for client work or anything else. And
There
it
you
just doesn't.
go.
Yeah, I get
That's
that.
my point.
But
Because you
if
want
it
to
had
play
been
with it.
but if it had been, hey man, this is everything and a slice of bread to go along, then it's kind of like the want goes back up. But I don't see the need for me, especially, and I don't see the difference being so great that I can't live without it. I guess that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. So how many people have I lost already tonight because
You got to talk like Matt Irwin, and you got to say, well, it all depends on your use case.
yeah, that's the biggest scapegoat there is when you're talking about this stuff. Of
Well, the
course it
GFX
does.
100, GFX 100 is a great landscape camera, but even Thomas Hooton's gone back to a Z7 because it's big and clumsy
Yeah.
and expensive.
Look, and a lot of people, I understand there's not buyer's remorse, but I've got it and I'm going to defend it no matter what. I'm not that kind of person. If there's a flaw in it or something, I'm going to bring it up or I'm going to talk about it. And I'm not going to try to defend my buying something just, because I bought it. And I wanted to check that out. I wanted to see if that was the case because I do believe that people, buy things and then they've got to defend their purchase. And beware of those that are doing that and talking so much about something because they own it. And it's hard sometimes to determine whether they're doing that, just talking about it because they own it or they really love the product. And John, in your case, I know you go out and you shoot it all the time. I know you've said before. I think it's great that you're in here tonight because, especially going to Mongolia and shooting and in those extreme conditions and all the things that went along with your trip and the comparison between that and the Z9. I know they have different applications. I get that, but it's nice to hear it from you because I know you're a user. I've seen your, what you've done with it, and that helps too. That helps me tonight.
Well,
Plus,
posted.
plus your wife's shooting other camera stuff too, so that's even better. You got both of you.
I posted a op-ed, a little opinion on my trip on that Nikon Z9 group, right? I think you've seen it, and just my experience with it, my own experience only, and I got it like over 220, 225 views on it.
Yeah.
And not one person, poo-pooed on it. And so what I want to convey is I went out there, I used it extremely in extreme conditions, and here's the results. It came out like a champ. It's a Mike Tyson. So everyone's happy.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
So that's what I wanted to do. And then everyone's happy. They just, oh man, I did make the right choice. Now, whether I had another brand like Canon or Sony, I don't know, but I know I can basically tell you what would happen if I had a Sony because I've done it.
Yeah.
And I almost threw that across the border into Russia.
My A7's a paperweight now.
Exactly.
Hank says he thinks medium format would be commonplace, just like 8K will be one day.
It
I
won't.
don't think so.
How many Russian knockoff cameras were there where they copied Leicas? There were so many Russian cameras that they tried to make them look exactly like Leicas. Japanese did it too.
The original Nikon was a knockoff of the Leica, the SP series, S series.
Oh, they're beautiful cameras.
Yeah, they are.
Oh,
they did it right.
They're incredible. And some of those Russian fellas, they're not bad either. I wish I had one. Now they're hard to get.
So this is a good, comment too. And I'll ask you guys who shoot medium format, especially John. You're shooting the GFX 100. Do you find you've got to be on a tripod, or how difficult, or was it difficult to shoot on 100 megapixel camera handheld, or did you?
Well, yeah, handheld is easy when it was super bright, but when I want to be something really precise, where I want to stop down the f9 and 10 and use a high shutter speed, I definitely use a tripod, so I have both hands exposed, and then I like to use a little flip out screen so I can look down on it,
right,
and use and see how the review is going to look like.
I think that the Nikon D800 helped us all to learn to be more stable and learn what.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
Because when it came out, that was one of the things that even Nikon warned about. It may not seem like much, but you're shooting at 36 megapixels now. So you're going to see flaws in glass. You're going to see flaws in technique. And so many people, when it did come out, I remember people complaining about they had blurry images. They're trying to shoot at 1/30th of a second, handheld, 36 megapixels, and they were getting images that weren't as sharp as they were with their D700 or.
Well, it's like you said with you go get the 800 PF and you throw a 2x tele on there and try to track a bird with it and see how long it takes you to be able to do that.
Even more so, if you want to test it without even having to go to that much trouble, just put it in video mode at 800 millimeter.
Yeah.
And watch and look through the viewfinder. You'll know real quick.
Yeah.
When people talk about tripods flexing and wind and everything, where you think, well, that's crazy talk. Well, put a 800 millimeter lens on your camera and put it in video mode and just hands free, stand there and look at the back of the screen and watch how much it's moving at those focal distances. But yeah, this was really just about the higher megapixel. But I think people have learned since then. Canon's gone that way, Sony's that way, and Nikon, of course, have gone that way. So I wondered how much difference does it make at 100 megapixel? And that's a good point too for everybody that's clamoring for a 80 or higher megapixel Nikon camera coming out soon.
Yes.
Is it going to take more technique now with something like that?
Yeah, for sure.
That's what people want. Whether they need it or not, that's what they want.
And I'm all about it too. I don't want it, but you know what? I'm not going to say.
You started this whole trend
Yeah.
here, Chuck. I don't need it. I want it.
Well,
I'd rather have 16-bit.
Yeah, I don't need it. I don't want it. But you know what? If others do, then I'm all for Nikon making a camera for them as well. Make it 150 megapixel. I don't care if that's what they want.
Have a 20-stop VR.
The bottom line is no one's going to make any widget if they don't feel they can sell enough of them.
Megapixels and gadgets sell cameras.
Yeah.
Give us 16-bit with better dynamic range, and everything else could stay the same. And
people aren't asking for that.
Yeah, I know. They just want
what we need,
megapixels.
Yeah.
Or just get Skittles. If you get Skittles, you'll be happy. Just go get Skittles. Everybody gets Skittles.
Jeff always cracks me up, man.
You can get the Skittles pack. It's available.
Yeah.
Hard to fit into your camera.
2 or 3 other packs you can get. Limited time offer. $49.95. Let's go.
Oh man. All right. Just
all you need is a slick marketing group, which unfortunately Nikon doesn't really have a slick marketing group. So that's Slick Willie, as they say, could sell somebody anything, right? If you have a guy named Slick Willie on your marketing team, they'll sell you anything.
Hey, the slickest guy in the world was Colonel Parker.
Yes. Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You saw the movie.
Yeah. Well, I knew about him before, but yeah. Elvis.
Folks. He could snow the snowman.
Man.
Never left America because he would never be allowed back in.
That's right.
I'm just looking at the comments here, seeing what else. I want to get down to the bottom, guys. I'm sorry I'm so far behind. Hank's asking, where can we see some of your work? Do you have websites? Hank, mine is on the channel. I think I've got it on there. I don't have a website. I don't really need one. I have a bunch of hodgepodge photos on what is it? Not 500 pics. I can't remember right now.
Nikon group.
Yeah, we have the Nikon amateur group, and people can post over there if they like. Anybody that would like to join. It's a closed group only because we had some folks that didn't care to be in a group that wasn't closed. But I basically okay everybody that would like to join. Oh shoot, what was I going to say now? Yeah, Chuck, but how about you guys? John, you want to mention
what?
You want to mention your site? You post mostly on social media, but do you have a site to post photos?
Check out my Squarespace.
No, okay.
10% off if you mention my name. No, I don't have no website. I don't have the time.
I'm just looking to see who I have in here highlighted already, so people can just go click. There are quite a few folks that are participants here in the chat all the time. I have on in the description on the thumbnail, and you're welcome to go click on their sites as well. Of course, Jeffrey, you can find him on Selective Imagery. And Roy, do you have a site or
No, I
anything?
avoid that strongly.
Okay,
I don't
well,
even use Photoshop anymore. I'm
there
I'm going quiet. I'm
you
doing
go.
everything natural and as I feel it.
All right. Yeah, I don't have anything I'm so proud of that I need to have a website. Actually, I do own. That's where American Photo Shoot or AP Studios comes from. I own the shoot the
The
name.
domain.
Yeah, the domain. But I never actually put up a website. I never had time until the last couple of years, and I just haven't done it even in the last couple of years. All right. So we're all just braggarts, Hank. Shoot us, man. We're all just talk smack and we don't show our own work. But I'm not afraid to show my work. And I always have something up on the screen over here. I know it's hard to see, but
Oh, that's beautiful, Chuck. Is that
that's
a
straight
recent
out.
one?
Yeah, it's straight out of camera.
Really?
Hmm. Hang on a second. I'll pull it up here.
Honest. Straight out of camera.
Yep, straight out of camera.
Very nice.
Who is it?
It's one of my stepdaughters, one of her oh shoot, therapists.
Really?
All of you'd go to therapy for that, wouldn't you?
Daughters, you're gonna get a phone call now.
No,
Yeah,
no.
yeah.
She 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 knows I'm a hillbilly. Uh,
I like the back. I like the backdrop.
yeah, it's that thunder gray backdrop. It's really easy to control the light on it. I like it, and I have fun with it. And I've been playing around a lot of. We're going to shoot again. As a matter of fact, Amanda and I are going to shoot again in a little over a week and a half. And
Single
so
light.
so that's one of the things that we've been talking about, and we can definitely jump into that as well. Hey, thanks, Hank. Yeah, I like playing with lighting. I'm by no means an expert. I've bought more equipment for lighting than anybody needs or wants, and half of it's this is why I tell people be careful when you get into lighting. It's really easy to make it a money pit and to buy the next hot thing out there that isn't hot when you get it in your hands and realize that somebody somebody that was using it in the video to review it or demonstrate it had probably played with it for a while to get everything just right. But anyway, yeah, I do like playing with lighting, and I do that quite often here. I just don't always have beautiful models, which was another great video that was just out recently. Somebody talking about is it easy to take beautiful portraits with beautiful people? All right, John, you gonna where'd he go?
I'm right here.
Oh, well, I lost your video. Okay,
Oh,
that's
Yeah,
okay.
I see him at my end.
Do you?
Yeah.
Let me get rid of this. But anyway, yeah, I had a good time that day with her. We had the lights, kept playing with the lights, doing different things, and had a real good time. So
T-Mid's in the house. He says, "Did someone say beautiful models?"
yes, it's easy to take a hot photo for the web when you got beautiful models. And, I wish that's all I ever had to entertain because it's so much easier to shoot. And I say that, and, it sounds terrible, but there's truth in it. You get plenty of compliments on a beautiful model. You can take a beautiful photo of a model who may not be, as gorgeous, and you're just not going to get a whole lot of a lot of feedback on that. So it's terrible, but that's the way it is. Uh,
I think I've lost my video.
yep.
Don't know where
So
it went to.
John, when you were on your trip, did you take a lot of pictures at night?
yeah. I took a lot of Milky Way shots, and the Milky Ways are unbelievable.
So what lens did you use for that?
The 1430
Okay.
f4.
I love that 14 to 30.
So do I. I don't need the 2.8. I tried it. It works great for a Milky Way, Jeff. If
I
you're
just
into
I
Milky
just
Way.
bought the 14 to 30 a couple days ago. I haven't had a chance to use it yet.
Oh yeah, it's a beauty. So Milky Way, you know, pump it up 12,008, wide open, about 15 seconds, and you're good to go.
Yeah, T-Mid. You busy? Would you like to join? We'll bring you in here. You just let me know. Yeah, it was Anthony Toglife was talking about the models. You know, so many people on YouTube, they're shooting and they've got these beautiful models, and of course they get rave reviews and things like that. But is it easier to do that?
I can't look at T-Mids I can't look at beautiful models too much because it's kind of like I look at that as a stress test for my heart, and I'm not sure I want to keep testing it out, you know.
Really? So Todd's talking about the 21.8, and I've heard a lot of people talk about that lens for astrophotography.
Yeah, if I was going to get a prime, I thought about that lens if I was going to get into astrophotography. I just have not. That's one genre I have not attempted at. You know, night photography, you know, cityscape stuff like that, every once in a while. But I haven't tried specifically getting shots of the Milky Way yet.
Mahogany's 51 0.95 would be nice too.
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to drop his review of that lens. That you know, there's a lot of controversy about that lens too.
Hey, what's the story on Vaughan and that 095? What's the backstory on that thing?
He found that lens locally, or not like within a couple of miles, but locally to him out there in California, not far away, on one of the sites. And he had talked to the guy several times about it, and I guess eventually they came to terms on a price, and Vaughan decided, I want it, I'm going to get it. And I said, good for you, man. You know,
Wow.
good.
It's a heavy lens.
Yeah, very niche.
Let me get rid of all these. All right. All right, Jeffrey. Jeffrey's got to let the dog out. He'll be right back. I'm just trying to clean up all this mess over here. I don't know why it won't get rid of these. But it won't. Thanks, YouTube. You'll block everything else, though. Oh. Heard a lot of good things about the Macro 105. Everybody that's got it, everybody loves it.
I love it. It's a great lens. Got to be one of the best macros I've ever seen.
Yeah, everybody's saying that, Roy. Not a lens that I was really interested in. I got too many other things. Well, yeah, I know, but Roy, I got so many other things I'm saving for. One is when Mozman does his discussion about backups and memory and everything else. I know I've got to get that taken care of. I don't know what Nikon's going to do. I know we're going to see a camera this month, and maybe a new lens, and maybe they're two of the things that I'm saving for right now. I just can't buy everything I want, but I have to save up, and so I have to prioritize my wants.
I'm waiting for my 8.7% cost of living increase in my SOXEC next year.
Yeah. You know, that's a good point too. Me too. And I'm waiting for a big pay raise for my military retirement, which is something that we haven't seen for a long time.
Good.
So I probably, with all that money, if I save it all year long, I'll be able to buy a new memory card. Let's see. All right. All right. So anyway, getting off the medium format track here, yeah, we've been talking a lot about lighting, John. I don't know if you caught any of the past two live streams, but it seems to be, uh, yeah. Thanks, Hank. Appreciate that, buddy. I don't trying to get away from the gear talk. I could talk about that for hours on end because I am just glued to. I want to say I know what's happening. I want to say I know what's coming. I can't say that with any fact. I just many reasons why I believe that. But anyway, I know that gets old, and a lot of people had voiced their opinion. So decided let's start talking about lighting. It's something else that I'm really interested in. I am not a lighting expert, but I play with lights constantly and trying to get some other people to play with lighting. That there's always that comment, and sometimes obviously it's true. I'm a natural light photographer, and I get that. Natural light is fine. But a lot of people say it because I think they're afraid of lighting, flash, whether it's speed lights or strobe lights, and trying to get some people to break out of their bubble. And maybe if they haven't done it at all, just pick up a speed light. And then, you got so many experts in here to talk about how to use them. And, man, everybody's dropping like flies here. So, I wanted to talk about lighting and maybe get some folks to also get a little interested in it. And I know that with all you folks that are out there, it's easy for us to, uh, to look over people that don't really understand it. And it's real easy once you start talking about lighting to get way over everybody's head real fast. I mean, even way over my head real fast because we all want to show what we can do, and talk about what we can do rather than looking at the person out there that just wants to learn how to start playing with lighting. And so that's been the topic of discussion for the last couple of streams. And I think we're going to continue to talk about it for a while. And I hope that we can get some folks that will go out, pick up a cheap speed light. And I know it sounds crazy, but don't invest in it until you know that you want to play with it. But just try it, play with it. And everybody in the community here is ready to help out. And I want to do a stream where we have people that just show photos where they've used artificial lighting, be it a speed light, a strobe light, or whatever. Even constant light, if they want to go down that road of chip on board, not hot lights, but LED light now, and then try to give them a leg up on what they're doing, what they could do better if they want to, and things like that. Not a hypercritical review of photos, but hey, that's great, but here's another thing you can try, things like that. So that's where we've been lately, and I want to continue that. Oh shoot, hang on a second.
I got to go in a couple of minutes.
You guys, it's about brunch time, isn't it? Or breakfast time? Yeah.
You can get some great deals on used speed lights if that's the easiest way to start. But you can get some really good deals on used lighting.
Yeah. So and here we go. We're getting some questions in here now, even with this. What do I start with? And that's a loaded question. It's really easy to start telling people this, that, whatever. But honestly, if you've never done anything before and you really want to see, okay, am I going to be into this? Am I going to be willing or interested in pursuing it? Hank brought up Godox. Godox is fantastic because of the cost, and it's still a good light, especially when you get into their strobes. But a speed light, just a simple speed light, and start out with that. And it's funny how fast you fall in love with lighting. All of a sudden, it changes everything for you. Because with natural light, you have to go find that. With a speed light on your camera, you don't ever have to go find light again. You have it with you all the time. And there are plenty of techniques. People will tell you don't use speed lights on camera flash for photos of people and whatnot. Believe it or not, that's come back in vogue. I know it sounds crazy, but harsh light, hard light, just blasting flash at people has become hot right now. And
Really?
Yes. Yes.
You mean just like
Yes, yes, like paparazzi flash. Yes.
oh yeah. Oh my god.
I mean, a lot of
Vanessa Joy just did a video on it and talking about how people are, the younger generation now, John. It's not really, you have to look at the consumer out there for that. It's a younger generation, the 20 and 30 somethings, but they're loving it again all of a sudden. And they're doing photo shoots that way. So you talking about a cheap way to get into flash photography. and it's pretty easy to get into it. You don't have to be too much of a master, just mount a speed light on a camera and just go out and shoot people.
I would and everybody just do what you want to do, but I mean, if I was starting out, I would just buy a mid-range factory speed light, because that way I know I'm not, if I see stuff or stuff doesn't look right, it's not going to be a compatibility issue, or that particular flash doesn't necessarily work perfect with my camera. If you just buy a mid-tier brand, the same brand as your camera, that eliminates a certain set of problems or things that you might think would be a problem. And then from there you could branch out to do other things, afterwards. But I mean, at least if you have some results you don't like, it's not because you didn't realize brand X's flash doesn't work good on your brand of camera, and that was really the problem. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, Roy, I think it may be the webcam utility that's doing this to you. Just thought I'd let you know. So I'm one of those that hasn't spent enough time with flash lighting. I need to purchase a TTL flash and start playing with it. Yeah, we can get into that conversation too, because we've talked about it before, and a lot of people disagree with me. They want people to immediately go to buy a light meter. And I'm not going to say you shouldn't, but that's just an additional cost that you may not use anymore. I think the best thing is now with most flashes, you can buy a flash with TTL. And I know TTL is, anybody that's seriously into strobes and lighting and everything else will say, oh, I never use TTL. TTL is a starting point. It gives you the parameters you need to set in the camera to go manual with your lighting. It gives you a starting point, kind of like a light meter. But the thing is that just trying that will make a difference in what you're shooting for fill light or accentuating light.
Yeah.
All right, John. Hey, everybody say bye to John. He's got to go. Hate to see you go, John. Really appreciate you being in here. Man, you're gonna have to join us on our photo review night.
Yeah.
It's the first Saturday of every month. We do a photo review.
Okay.
So
glad you survived your trip, that's for sure. It sounds like it was a physically taxing adventure.
Oh, I'm still trying to recover. Hey, the other night I saw you Tuesday, because was it Tuesday night? Yeah, it was like 3 a.m. for a bit, because my sister was here from Seattle and she was flying back that morning, 3 a.m.
Okay.
So that's how I just happened to bump into you fellas the other night. Okay, you guys, you take care, and
tell Miss Diana we said hello.
Yeah.
And sure she needs to come in and talk to us as well.
Oh, she can talk to you till the cows come home about meeting format.
Yeah, you got to tell her she's got to get a Nikon now after her experience.
Yeah. Wow.
You know what? I won't say the word.
All right, John. Well, hey, thanks for coming in here.
Take care, guys.
Take care,
Bye,
man.
Roy.
Take care, buddy. Yeah, Hank, woke flash. That's exactly what it is. You're absolutely right. I don't know what's appealing to them about that, but Vanessa Joy just did another video where she was talking about it, one of her challenges, where that's what they were doing. She just decided she'd go with the trend and use that for her challenge. All right. So, as far as lighting goes, yeah, I'd love to get people to, even in the middle of a show here when we're talking lighting, if somebody's been practicing or trying and it's their first time or whatever and wants to share a photo, I would love to do that. Just to kind of help you out. It helps me out as well because then I get to listen to what all these experts, lighting experts, say, and I learn from it as well. But yeah, we'll stick with that. We'll stay on that topic for a while. Down the road, see if we can't get more people interested in it, and maybe set up some kind of a live stream with just doing lighting for everybody. And Rakesh says Canon is releasing the R6 II, Nikon no news. Yeah, Rakesh, Canon's been very vocal lately and leaking a lot of information about what they're doing. And I still believe that Nikon is just holding it close to home, anything that's going on. I think they've buckled down on their NDAs to kind of squash some of the leaks that they had. And I still believe we're going to see something this month. And, finally, in the last week or so, or maybe 2 weeks, at least Peter over at Nikon Rumors seems to think that something's going to happen too. If nothing else, he believes that there's going to be a lens announcement, 1 or 2 lenses possibly. What are those going to be? Right now, I guess the big guess is the 85, whether it's 1.2 or 1.4 or whatever, nobody knows for sure. And possibly the 2 to 600, which is way overdue. So many people waiting on that lens. But Nikon, I guess, wanted to get all the primes out of the way first. So
yeah, they're even kind of talking about a 35 1.2 as well. So who knows? But they should come out with the 85 first, I think. I mean, the 80. Make somebody else happy for a change. You've done tons of stuff for wildlife guys, other than get if you get the 2 to 600, call it a day with all the long lenses, for crying out loud. Call it a day.
I would agree. I think I'd like to see the 85 as well, but I know so many people have been waiting on that 2 to 600. I'm not, but I know that so many people are waiting on it. And, I hate to see them keep getting pushed down the road. But yeah, I'd like to see the 85. This is what I'm saving for right now, is the 85 1.2. Hopefully it'll be a 1.2. I like that focal length much better than 50. And I love the look of that 51.2. I just don't care for 50 millimeter. That's just me. So I'm looking forward to that 85. I think that's a lens I want to buy. And whatever the next body is. Right now, I've been waiting for the Z8 to complement the Z9. But depending on what the Z8 and the Z7 II are, may make my decision for me. And if the Z6 III is the one that's announced, and it's, a very good hybrid camera with all the new bells and whistles as far as autofocus and whatnot goes, I could be tempted by that as well. So that's where my piggy bank is right now, which is why I can't go out and buy all the other things that I'd like. Which is why I have 2 rooms full of stuff that, hey, Mr. Roy, looking good, sir.
Hey, he does exist. He's like the M&M guy. He does exist.
All right, Roy, welcome back.
Oh, now he has no sound.
No audio.
No audio. We can't hear you now.
No audio.
Oh, isn't this fun?
There you go. Just the mute button. All right. Yeah,
Muted
great.
Itself.
Well, here's a question for you, Chuck. If Nikon came out with a, say, a 135 that was a very fast prime, would you buy that instead of the 85 1.2?
And I can answer that straight away. No, only because the 85 suits me in the studio. The 135 would be a stretch. It'd be a tough one. I don't have that much room. I wish I had a studio big enough for a 135. Wouldn't that be great, Roy?
I did have. I haven't got one anymore.
But I would probably want the 135 after the fact, Jeffrey. It's not that I don't like that or want that focal length. It's just it wouldn't work for me, here in my little studio. 85 is a stretch.
Yeah.
But yes, I would like to see that 85 1.2. I really would.
Be good for runways and things where they can't use flash.
Oh, yeah. Wouldn't that be great? Yeah, absolutely. What lens are you, if there is a lens that you're looking for that hasn't come out yet, Roy? I know you had talked earlier about the 2-600. Is that still the one that you're looking forward to right now? Okay. You said you bought
I got the 400 because I couldn't wait.
Which 400? The 4.5?
The 4.5. I've got the 2.8, the old AFS one, but it's big and heavy. This 400's hand holdable, and I'm quite surprised.
Yeah.
How easy it is to use.
Everybody was when they got hold of it. I like what I see of that lens too. It's another lens I want, Jeffrey.
Highly recommended.
Hey, you know what? When you make all that profit selling your house in Connecticut and you move to Tennessee where it'll be a little bit cheaper, then you're going to have plenty of leftover money to buy a bunch of lenses.
No, John's already.
But you have to buy something for the wife first.
Yes. John made that very clear. Oh. And Todd says he has the 400 4.5 and he loves it. I think everybody that I've seen that received that lens loves it. I don't think anybody said anything derogatory about it at all.
I don't use the 600 much anymore either because of it. It's just so good.
Yeah. I want that lens, but it's lower down the list of my priorities of wants.
I'm scared to think of what a 600 f4 Z mount S series lens is going to cost. I can't imagine what it's going to cost.
It looks as big and heavy as the old one too.
It
doesn't look light.
Either of you have any experience with the SP700 as far as the speed light goes?
Yeah. SB700.
Yeah.
SB700.
Yeah, SB700 is what it should be. Yeah.
I've got one here somewhere.
So Todd's asking. Yeah, he's asking if it's a good starter speed light.
It is if you're into speed lights. I've gone away from them because the strobes are so easy to use and battery powered and got a modeling light.
Right. $124 isn't a lot to invest to see if you're going to be.
Not.
I own the
Nikon speed lights.
I have the SB700, and I would not consider that a starter flash. I consider that, like I was talking earlier, that's one that's in the middle. It's a very good flash, and you can use it to trigger other flashes as well.
So when we say starter here, there you go. When we say starter here, it's just for somebody to pick up just to play with lighting and see.
It's a great flash for that, and it has good range too. It has a pretty high guide number on it.
Okay.
Simple to use.
Flash.
There you go, Todd. Just ask the experts.
I can recommend it. I used it for weddings. Yeah. And I used it for weddings, and it worked great.
A lot of people prefer the SB800, but that's a more complicated lens flash to use.
Yeah, a little bit more reach.
It's the most powerful.
A few extra features. A bit bigger though. A bit bigger, I think.
Same size as the SB900, 910.
Yeah.
Well, the 900 wasn't a 900 was the one they had problems with, though, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
for wedding photographers and such that were just blasting away. The problem was it would overheat so bad it would actually melt the Fresnel lens on it. So yeah, if you're going to be blasting away, then there could be issues with the SB900. The SB910 was the fix. Hey Roy, how you like that fix? We'll just put an automatic shut off in.
I mean, I actually thought about getting another SB700 just because the used prices are so good. I mean, extremely good. I mean, you can get that, and that was an expensive flash. That wasn't a cheap flash, brand new. You can get it for less than
Nikon speedlights last forever.
Yeah.
Ronald, why haven't you joined us? He must not be at home or he's doing something. He can't join us.
He wants you to tell him that you love your 400, Roy.
I do. I do love the 400. It's so light.
Yeah, and Ronald just got it recently, and I think he's in love with it as well. So Todd says he sold both his AFS 400 2.8 and 600 f4, just too big and heavy, and I left them at home a lot. You know, that's a good point.
Finding.
Yep. And everybody asks me why I want to sell my 200 f2 because the same thing. I'm just, it's not one of those lenses you carry around all the time. Although I have carried it all day long. And it can be done, but I just don't pull it out anymore to use it anymore. And now that I've got to use it with the FTC adapter, I don't know. It's just time for it to find a new home. And I'll wait for that 135, Jeffrey. All right.
Yeah, I just cry every time I look at my F-mount lenses and I say, boy, I mean, I obviously, if I had money was no object, I'd prefer to convert them over to the Z-mount lenses, but I just can't get anything for them anymore. So I'm gonna have a split inventory. I think some lenses with FTZs and then some native Z-mount glass. It just stinks that the pricing dropped so bad on F glass. I mean, maybe it went up a little bit now. I don't know, but it had tanked pretty bad.
I think I like the 400 best because it's just so light. My other lenses are even sharper, probably, but for the difference, it's not there. It's a usability. I can handhold the 400 really easily. You can't handhold. I've handheld the 600, but it's a beast. And the 200 to 400 is just as heavy. The 200 500 is fairly light, but it's not as light as the 400.
I think the only thing holding me back from getting it is I'm such a fanboy with my 500 PF. I just love that lens so much that
it feels very much like that, but slightly shorter.
Yeah. I carry that around all day, the 500 PF. I don't have any issues walking around with that all day.
Well, the reason I jumped on the 1 to 400 so quickly because I'm kind of a zoom person. I like the flexibility. I'm not saying it's better or anything like that, but I love the flexibility, with focal range on it. And I guess I use that so much in shooting the motocross and events. It just became comfortable for me. But I do like that 400 4.5. I like the look of it. I like the price of it. And so many people are talking about how nice that lens is. I would like to have a prime. I've got a 400 2.8D over here, Roy. It weighs as much as my car.
Yes, I've got the AFS one as well, and that's very heavy.
Oh man, I do like it. I like the lens, and I've got a tripod to hold it too with a Wimberley gimbal, but it's just, man, dragging all that out to go somewhere and shoot. It's just a pain in the butt, but
whereas the 400 can slip into your bag quite nicely.
There you go. There you go. Ronald says he also.
I would have liked it to be a bit longer, but
yeah,
it does the job.
Yeah, nice that it worked well with the 2X teleconverter. Great.
Better with the 1.4, it doesn't lose quite as much.
Yeah, it's what I hear from everybody. I have the 2x teleconverter. I use it on the 1 to 400, and with it can be stellar results, but it takes work. It's not the easiest thing in the world to shoot with the 2x on the 1 to 400.
Answer Mike's question if I would buy the 500 again after I had to get it fixed, and the answer is yes. It's that good a lens. I mean, honestly, I mean, it probably had a defect from day one, but I mean, I shot over 100,000 shots easy with that lens since I bought it. No issue. At least 100,000 shots, and so I love that lens. I mean, and
if I was still
I
using
would buy it again. I would buy it again.
If I was still using the old D850, I'd probably have the 500 too.
Yeah,
I mean,
Todd.
I had the 2 to 5 originally on my D850. I had the 2 to 5, and then when I got the Z9, I traded it in with my second D850 to get the Z9, and then I got the 500 PF, and I have the 1 to 4 as well. I got the Z mount 1 to 4, and I use that as well. And like Chuck says, sometimes you need to have the flexibility sometimes, you know. I mean, birds aren't always, you know, 80 feet away. Sometimes they're 15 feet away. And then you got a 500, and if you're in a spot like me where I can't back up, I can move left or right, but I usually can't back up unless I want to get hit by a car. So then the 500 becomes a problem when the birds get close. So then you need a zoom. You got to have both, really. You really do. Or it's good to have both. You don't have to have both. It's
don't
good
like
to have.
teleconverters, but they're handy.
Yeah. Yeah, Todd, I found that out too, especially at the long end. It's the AF slows down considerably, and a little in low light, it's very difficult. You know, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So, you know, that's one of the problems. That's why I say with some difficulty, it can still be a spectacular lens with the 2x teleconverter on it. However, it takes work. It's not quite as fun or fast as shooting that 2x on a prime or something like that, especially on that at 4.5. What are we at? I think we're at F9 on the long end. So, yeah.
I like that about the 400. It's very fast. It's almost as fast as a professional level lens, autofocus on that.
Oh, yeah?
1 to 400 was a little sluggish for me.
Yeah.
Probably one of the reasons I didn't go that way. Apart from I don't like variable aperture lenses.
I know, and you expressed that about the 2 to 600. So.
Yeah, I agree. I'm worried about that with the 2 to 6. I wish it was just give us even if it's slightly bigger, give us a decent
5.6 across the focal range
aperture. Yeah.
5.6 would be okay.
Yeah.
Can live with that. 2 to 400's a f4, and that's lovely lens. That's one of my all-time favorites.
Thank you, Ronald, for your comment. I'm glad you liked my last video. I know it was a bit wordy. I talked a lot, so I apologize, but
needs more alligators.
More alligators on the long end. Yep. All right. So still got quite a few people in here. Let me throw my pitch here real quick. If you enjoyed the community that we have and we talk about everything, if you've been in here tonight, you've already noticed how we bounce around, and that's what it's about. It's the community and everybody bringing up ideas to chat about or whatever. I just try to pick a topic to get us going, and then from there it leads to whatever. But if you enjoy that kind of a community, that's what this is all about. You don't have a place to go sit and talk photography, whatever aspect of photography you want to talk about, then, you know, here's a place to call home. We do this every Saturday night, 9 p.m. Eastern time, and we do it on Wednesdays at noon at 12 p.m. Eastern time. So there are two opportunities to catch us, or both. There's no way to pick any one time in any day of the week where everybody's available. I know that it's difficult, even with these two times that I choose, for a lot of people to still get into the chat. But one of the questions I get asked a lot in emails is, why so long? Why do we go so long? Well, one, everybody in here likes it. We just, as long as the chat's going, I leave the doors open and let it go. The other thing is, we have a lot of people that come through the stream, throughout the 3 hours or more that we'll be in here. And it just gives everybody an opportunity to come by, say hi, maybe bring up something they want to talk about for a few minutes and then move on, or people that just can't get here at the beginning of the stream. So the streams are typically 3 hours, at least 3 hours, I should say, unless there's something going on and I can't be here for 3 hours. But it's an open forum, and all brands are welcome. Yes, we are Nikon centric, but all brands are welcome. You're welcome to talk about other brands, and we will. And I bring it up every now and then, especially when it's something that another brand's bringing out, not to diss the other brand, but just to compare to where Nikon is. Canon's releasing a couple more cameras. Sony's getting ready to release a new camera. And there's another rumor out that OM will release a new camera here. So soon. OM, former Olympus, and they no longer have Olympus in any of their marketing strategy, is what I'm told. So I guess they finally made the total switch. But anyway, if you enjoy just chatting photography, lighting, video, you name it, then stop by and visit with us. If you really like it and want to be part of the community, you could always subscribe to the channel. You'll get notified whenever there is a show. It's pretty easy, though. Like I said, every Wednesday and every Saturday night, we're doing it. If you're just one of those people that dropped by and you enjoyed it, you don't want to subscribe, that's fine as well. But I just ask everybody to drop a like. It just makes me feel better. The other thing that it does do, I'm learning more as I go along here, is it helps us with the algorithm. I hate using that word because everybody uses it, but the algorithm for getting this channel promoted more so that others can see it. So if you don't mind, drop a like, unless you didn't like it, and then by all means, don't drop a like. But there you have it. This is AP Studios, and it's really your channel. If you become a subscriber, well, whether you're not a subscriber or not, it can be your channel as well to come in and talk with us. All right. Mama will be happy. I'm a little late on that, but she'll still be happy that I got it out there.
I want to get you guys' opinion on something. It kind of revolves around a comment that someone made really, really early in the show that I wanted to bring up, and I just forgot about it. Now my brain cell's working again since I got some Coke in me, so now I'm thinking better.
All right.
Here's a question: With the Fujis now having an APS-C camera with a 40 megapixel sensor, obviously 40 megapixels on a sensor that small is going to have really small pixels. Now, I read somewhere, and I don't know if it's true or not, that 40 megapixels in an APS-C would be like putting an 80 megapixel sensor in a full frame camera. So I just wanted to get your guys' comments on whether you think that 40 megapixel choice was maybe a little bit too high a number to go with for that particular sensor size. What do you guys think of that? Because it did get brought up. I can't see it
getting very good dynamic range or anything, unless they've got something special that we don't know about. But we would have seen that. BSI is a big improvement because that gives you more area for pixels. But I haven't seen any reason that would be good for dynamic range or anything.
Yeah. I have no idea. I'm like Roy. However, if there's some new secret sauce that's out there, and I think that's the thing that we have to give when we start talking about all these new, not technologies, but all these high megapixel sensors and things like that are coming down the pike, we're going to have to give them a look at anyway, because I think with technology and AI, the way it's advancing, there's always the possibility that they found some new secret sauce to do something. I know that photographers don't want to hear that. They don't want that artificial intelligence making choices for them. I get that, but we're just going to have to see how it works, as they come out with it. Have you seen? Have you talked to anybody that's looking at that new APS-C Fuji, Jeff?
No, I haven't. I mean, I think Michael has commented on it. I think he might have been looking at it, Michael McDermott.
Yeah,
I think he's brought it up a few times. I don't. I mean, I never owned a Fuji interchangeable lens camera. I used to have a few point and shoot Fuji cameras, and I like the color from them. I mean, I think Fuji colors are very
I do
good,
too.
like Nikon,
And the lenses.
and I like the film
Yep.
simulations that you could use with the Fuji cameras as well. So I do like Fuji. I just like we keep talking. We've been talking like we don't expect Nikon to be, unless it's a low end, very low end model, that we expect the sensors, the new sensor size at the low end to be somewhere in the, say, 33 to 36 megapixel range. So then you say, well, is 40 that big a deal? I mean, I just see it just like we were talking before about, pixel size matters. And when you cram more megapixels and the sensor size stays the same, it has negative consequences unless, like you said, somebody came up with some magic that nobody else does.
Yeah.
It's usually not a good thing when you go too far in that megapixel race.
We know that AI is out there and it's being included in cameras right now. I mean, that's where this AF with eye detection and animal and blah, blah, blah. This is all the AI technology that's coming around. And, that just opens the door for them to be able to do a whole lot with noise in camera. And I know people are going to say, I don't want the camera determining blah, blah, blah. I think if camera makers go down that path, then there needs to be the ability in camera to turn those things off.
Oh, yeah.
And the other thing is you got to give everything a fair shake nowadays. You don't have to buy it as soon as it hits the street, but look at when these new technologies are out on the street in camera bodies, we're going to have to, before we criticize, we're going to have to look and see what the camera makers have done. We may find that we like it. It's like, okay, I can live with that, or hey, I really like that.
Well, you have certain Nikon menu functions now where they're either off, low, or they're low, medium, high, and I could see that, like you said, I could see that being something if they start adding a lot more AI stuff where you give people choices, like you said, they either turn it off, put it so it reacts at a low level, medium, or high, and you can experiment and see what works best for you, or just turn it off if you don't want to use it.
Yeah, exactly. But then we get in this, there's such a rabbit hole about everything that you talk about when it comes to gear and everything else. And then somebody's going to say, well, I don't want to have to pay for it if I'm not going to use it. And, okay, I get it. But I think we're stuck with paying for whatever comes down the pike now. There never have been choices to begin with, but now your only choice for gear and new widgets and things is to buy a model that suits you best. And that's why, I really like the idea that Nikon has the ability now to have 4 full frame cameras out there, excluding, not excluding, 4 full frame cameras. I should say 4 excluding the flagship, because I always neglect, and I get beat up about this, the Nikon Z5.
Yeah, Z5.
Okay, so I got to include the Nikon Z5, and I don't mean that derogatorily. I got to include it.
Camera.
Yeah, but 4 cameras, and Nikon, if they're smart, and I really believe they're going to be, will give us 4 distinct cameras. We have the Nikon Z5 now, flagship excluded, and the Z6 III, Z7 III, and the Z8 can be 3 different cameras. Enough difference in there that photographers can pick and choose what they want. And then everybody's going to say, I want all of it in one camera. We're back to that grind again. Well, you're not going to get all that in one camera, but at least you can pick and choose what suits you best. And I like that idea. And I hope that Nikon does go down that road. Again, I go back to the argument with everybody talking about the Z8 is going to be the super high megapixel camera. Then what will the Z7 III be?
Well, I think it's critical. I think it's critical that they have, a number of price points in their offerings. Everything can't be $3,000 plus.
Yeah.
You gotta have a wide gamut of price points so that you appeal to the first time photographer, someone who's never had a camera before, somebody who wants to just dip their toes in and see if they're really going to like it or not. And then you got to give them a path where they can grow. And so you need to have these different price points, and you need to have the different options, because not everybody needs all the bells and whistles. So you have to.
Right. And Mike Norton makes a comment here. Any competition or choice is good. Fuji is is in a limited market, and they are, and I think they would acknowledge that too. But you're right. Any choice out there with all the competition is good for every brand, because it's pushing every brand to do something different, and I think that's good. That's good for all of us. Hassan, good to see you, buddy. Great grit evening. Oh. And Todd says, and I want to jump on this too, because Todd says the Z6 III is a critical camera in the lineup. Right now, the Z6 II sales have tanked. And I've been talking about that for a while, Todd. I know you've been around and you've heard me talk about it, but I think that the Z6 III is going to be a critical camera for Nikon, because it's going to be a great camera at the lower end of the price spectrum. The other thing that I hope, and I do believe, is it's going to be a very, very much more a hybrid camera than the Z7 and the Z8. So for those that want to shoot stills and really run and gun video and things like that, I think that Z6 III is going to be the camera for them. Yeah. And again, if you want a very good, competent stills camera, low cost with the bells and all the new tech, AF and things like that, then that's where that Z6 III is going to be. And there are going to be a lot of people that are looking at that camera. It's going to outsell a bunch of models. And the Z9, and I'll make this statement again, the Z9 has seen its zenith for sales. I'm sorry, folks, it has. And now we go to Europe, and I know that in the European market that it hasn't been as readily available, but here in the U.S., they're already showing up on shelves. I get notices here every day from a camera store, brick and mortar stores here, saying, "Hey, we have 3 on the shelf right now. Anybody looking for a Z9?" And that's going to happen in Europe before too much longer, because it seems that the market has caught up here in the U.S. So with that said, I think the Z9's seen its zenith of sales because it's a flagship, and that's the way it goes. Will they sell more Z9s as the years go on here before the upgrade? Yes, they will. But we're not stealing anything from the Z9. The Z8, they can release the Z8 right now. If there is a Z8, we still don't know for sure that's going to be the nomenclature or number choice or whatever, but they can release that right now. That camera is going to sell like crazy if it mimics the Z9, just in smaller size. You're going to have some physical limitations to the camera. It can't be the baby Z9. I call it the baby Z9, but it can't be a true baby Z9 for physical limitations and heat dissipation and battery life and
number of buttons.
And real estate for buttons and things like that. So, but it's going to, I'm going to make this statement too. I think I've said it before, but I'm going to make it now official. I think the Z8 will outperform the Z9 in most ways. And I know people.
Quite possible.
Well, how are people going to feel that have a Z9? I have a Z9. I may not like it, but I honestly believe that the Z8 will outperform the Z9 in a lot of different ways. So we'll wait and see. And I think the Z9 will get an upgrade before the typical. Nikon is on a 4-year upgrade pattern for their flagship cameras if you look at it by nomenclature. But if you look at it closely, Nikon's on a 2-year upgrade pattern for flagships because we almost always got an S version. So, there's a chance that there could be an upgrade to the Z9 a lot sooner than 4 years. Especially now, since where they go with the Z9, all we can get is a Z9 1, Z9 2, or Z9 3, Z9 4, or whatever.
Z1.
Yeah, Z1. There you go. The infamous Z1. There you go.
I think they still have a couple of sizable firmware upgrades that they could put in the Z9 before they say now we're going to stop on that and we're going to work on the model above it. I think there's room for definitely a couple decent firmware upgrades.
There are indicators out there looking at all the other manufacturers as well that this old method of protecting things and holding back technology to protect something that you produced last year because it is the flagship or whatever, that seems to be going away now. And it seems like manufacturers are more willing, once they have the new technology available, to put it in these other cameras. And
it can stimulate sales of that product, and you're only investing in firmware. And you're not changing the body size, you're not adding a button, you know what I mean? It's from an R&D point of view,
which is a real good point, Jeffrey, because now you're right. They can build the hardware, and now it's down to more software or firmware than anything else. Once you've got the buttons and all the physical attributes of the camera, if you have the processing power and other things that are already built into the camera, it's overbuilt, if you will, then firmware can go through the roof. Firmware updates.
I mean,
that may be something they're looking at too, is trying to build in the power into the bodies so that you go further down the road before an upgrade. You just do firmware updates. You're right. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting.
Pros don't buy it for the gadgets. They buy it for durability and fit for purpose.
Yeah.
They don't care what.
I think pros would be absolutely happy with that production model or production line or production thing or whatever you want to call it. But give me a body that's going to last me 4 years and will increasingly get better just through firmware. Yeah, I think every pro would love that because it's cost effective for them. I don't know what it does to the back end for Nikon on, as far as sales go and everything else. But anyway, there's a lot that's coming up. The camera world is changing right now. No doubt about it.
I think the Z6 III, I wouldn't be surprised to see a fully articulated screen on that one.
Wouldn't surprise me either. Wouldn't surprise me.
Strange screen on the back of the Z9.
Yeah.
Very strange. But good.
It is. I really like it, but I can understand where everybody's coming from that want the fully articulated screen to flip around. But honestly, I don't think I would use it that way. And the one thing I don't like about that, Roy, is, the fully articulated screen is to tilt it up or down. You have to flip it out to the side to do the up or down. That's the only thing I don't care about that. You call me crazy, but I like the screen in line with the sensor.
It's harder to make it robust because you got a flex circuit in there. Every time you're twisting and turning, twisting and turning a cable or whatever, and
the D5000
is a problem.
D5000 series proved that that's not an issue. So, that's a moot point now. I know a lot of people used to argue about that and everything else. It was going to break off. Sony did have a little bit of trouble with the A7 III, but it wasn't because it breaks. It was something internal with the wiring, or the connection or whatever. Yeah. So, but I had a D5000, all the way, and they made them all the way up to what, the D5500, and I never heard of it. I'm not going to say there were never any issues with the articulating screen, but Nikon had that a long time ago. And I had that camera and it never gave me any trouble at all. And I did like the fact that I could, shoot low to the ground and didn't have to be on the ground, that I could,
Yeah,
move
I
the
like that.
screen. Yeah. And the older we get, it really comes in handy, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah, I kneeled on the ground a few too many times today at a car show, and I kept looking at my friend saying, "When is God going to drop the rope down from the sky so I can lift myself up?"
Tim says,
The knees just don't work so good anymore.
yeah. And I'll tell you what, for people shooting sports or events or things like that, or even in crowds or whatever, to be able to hold the camera up over your head and see the screen. It sounds like it's who cares, but the first
Most
time
sports, I've seen them tape it up. They tape up the flippy screen so it doesn't move and doesn't catch.
yeah. uh and if there is a flippy screen, what will people be able to complain about then? LOL. Yeah, you're right, Tim, because that's been a big issue for so many people, the flippy screen. So I expect you're right, Jeffrey. If it doesn't have the flippy screen, I think it'll have the same type manipulating screen that the Z9 has, articulating screen that the Z9 has. But I think it's easier in the smaller body. Honestly, I think it's easier for the flippy screen than it is that articulating screen, because that takes some bridge work on that thing. It's pretty heavy duty
Yeah.
on that mechanism.
I would have liked a bigger screen rather than a flippy screen.
Yeah.
It's smaller than it looks on the Z9.
Hey, Luke, good to see you in here, buddy. Welcome. Albert asked, anyone use the medium format Pentacon 6 system? Not me. I don't even know what it is. So
It's from
I'm
from
interested.
Germany. It's a sort of an SLR on steroids.
That's
Okay.
an old one though too, isn't it? Isn't that an older camera?
It's very old. It's
And
a
that's
good
like
camera, but
from the late 50s, early
something
60s.
like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
very good cameras, but you can't change the back on them, so you can't digital them. Some of my old film cameras, I can put digital backs on them. You can't with those older SLR types.
Again, learning. Oh, man.
Not hey, remember, they say knowledge is power. Right?
I don't want to exclude Michael. He's always in here. He's a Fuji shooter, at least for right now. And this is what he's talking about here. I'm using a 4.5-year-old Fuji 8 XH1, paid $750 for it a year ago, mint condition. Nothing wrong with that, with a battery grip. And I'm fine with that setup right now. Good for you, Michael. Good for you, man.
Enjoy it, use it, enjoy it, and fool around with all those flashes that you bought. Remember our talk last time out. Practice.
Yeah. Albert, I do want to get you in here, man. If nothing else, I'm gonna have to get you on the phone for a whole show one night. But I'm telling you guys, I wish you guys could meet Albert. I had the fortune of meeting him when we did our little photo walk that wasn't a walk. I always have to say it that way because it wasn't a photo walk. We just got together, sat down, had beers and coffee. Roy, it was a great time. You'd probably had a ball sitting there with us.
I love old gear. I don't use it, but I like playing with it.
And Albert is passionate about it, and lenses and all this stuff. He's a great guy. I wish everybody had a chance to meet you, Albert. I really enjoyed it. But I want to get him on the show so everybody else can at least pick his brain on some of the things that he was bringing up to me. And you guys teach me something. I tell you that all the time, and it's true. All right, I got to go to the little boy's room again. I don't want to cut it off yet. So you guys,
painful.
Yes, you guys handle the chat, and I'll be right back.
You're drinking too much coffee, Chuck. Too much coffee, man.
Never too much coffee.
Let's see what we got in the chat. Let's see. Michael McDermott was saying, he says, I heard you have to buy the new Fuji lenses to resolve that new Fuji 40 megapixel sensor. Boy, that's a shame if that's true. I mean, I always thought Fuji made some pretty good lenses, to be honest
Very
with you.
good.
I mean, I would be surprised if that is true. That's a sad thing because they always had good stuff.
Well, they made all the lenses for the Hasselblad H. All those Hasselblad lenses are mostly Fuji's, made by Fuji.
Yeah, and if we want to get everybody going too, we can remind them that the Fuji medium format cameras, as well as the Hasselblad, have Sony sensors in them, and get everybody all stirred up.
Why not?
And then they can argue whether or not they designed them and Sony made it for them, or whether they just bought a Sony off-the-shelf sensor. But they are Sony sensors, people. So we should get over that who makes the sensor thing, because it doesn't matter a hill of beans.
The D5 has a Nikon sensor in it, and that's quite a nice camera. They seem to have lost something when they went to Sony sensors, but time moves on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you never know. That could, if they keep making decent profit, that you never know. That could possibly change down the road.
I miss CCD sensors. They were less noisy. Yeah, they couldn't evolve into something more faster and more efficient. You find all the telescopes use CCD because there's less noise on them.
Yeah, when they had people talking about using 2x teleconverters, I myself, I rarely use one at all, and if I do, I only use the 1.4. I don't push it and try to use a 2x. I just think it degrades the image too much, especially since I'm someone that makes prints. If I didn't make prints, I probably wouldn't care. But
the other problems, autofocus slows it poorly after about f8.
Yeah.
Especially on the cheaper cameras. And Z9's okay, but many are not.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think Steve Perry did a whole bunch of speed tests on lenses before the Z9 came out, and then I think even after, he did comparison tests on how fast the autofocus was with certain lenses on certain Nikon bodies. And like you said, the Z9, the autofocus was as fast as the DSLRs or slightly faster. But once you got to the Z7s or the Z6s, they were not as fast as let's say a D850.
Probably half as fast, but they worked well enough. They worked really well, but they just weren't very fast autofocus. Then I haven't tried them with the FTZ adapter number 2. I'm going to try them with the first one. I haven't got around to trying it yet. Chuck's back.
Vaughan just sent me a clip, I guess, from the wedding behind the scenes.
Oh, is that the one that Mossman's at? Are they there together?
Yeah, I guess
separate weddings.
Yeah, it may be Mossman. I don't know. Yeah, it was Mossman that sent it.
Okay.
So he did. All right, good. Let's see. Lord, what's Tim got to say? You guys already talk about this? Large megapixel camera, there will be massive criticism on low light noise and complete disregard for physics. You can't have one camera to do it all. Always be a compromise. Yeah, I agree, Tim, but I think what we're talking about now is the ability of AI to begin to mitigate some of these issues. I know that photographers don't want to hear that, but that may be what we see. You're right. We're going to have to override physics, and AI is probably the way to go.
Megapixel sells cameras, even if they don't need it.
Yeah. But the big cry for megapixels is still out there. I mean,
Yes.
again, we hear it from some prominent folks. I say prominent. I think they're prominent, like Khan over on Grays of Westminster. He's all about it. The more the merrier for him. I think he'd be happy to see Nikon drop an 80 megapixel camera.
Mm. That's why the D500 was so good. It was just a good camera, but not too many megapixels.
Right. And for an all-rounder, I understand that. But, if you go to, and this is why I say Nikon developing a line that suits, each photographer, what they want to do. If you made a Z7 III, let's just say 80 megapixels, it sounds ridiculous, but who knows? We'll get there at some point, I'm sure. For a studio photographer, perfect camera. I mean, because your lighting is there. You don't have to fight low light. You're not fighting low light. For a studio photographer, I mean, you tell me, what do you think, Roy?
It would probably work in the studio, but you're still going to lose dynamic range and things like that. You want to see the shadows. You want to see everything in the image.
Yeah.
You're pushing it too much.
Okay.
This multi-pixel shifting is quite a crock too. Some cameras do it, and it's a real pain to implement. You have to have a real steady camera.
Yeah, a lot of people love that and talk about it, and maybe some people have had success, but I think that's another one of those things that if you're going to do it, there's a technique, and you have to stick to that technique to make it work right. Because a lot of people that threw the whole concept away, even though their camera could do it with Fuji when Fuji came out with that initially.
It's terrible to implement. It's you have to have something so steady that it's unreal, and you could just as easy just take two pictures and merge them for most uses.
Well, I kind of feel the same way about focus stacking, and yes. I know some people love focus stacking, but to me, if I went to and bought a flower at a florist or whatever, and I put it in a vase, and I put a black backdrop in my house, and I fooled around with lighting, and I could do a focus stack on that because I have no wind, I don't have anything moving, everything's perfect. But when I hear people saying, "Oh yeah, I tried focus stacking, trying to take a picture of a bee on a flower," I mean, I don't see how that's going to work. It's moving, the wings are beating. It doesn't work, or even you try to use it. You could say, well, it works for landscapes. Well, yeah, it works for landscapes if you don't have a breeze. If you got the trees moving, how's that focus stacking going to work? If you take a shot at the beach with the waves coming in, how's that focus stacking going to work? And you'll see people that have these big long explanations on how they do all these extra tricks and stuff in Photoshop to make it look like it looks okay and all this stuff. It's like, to me, that's a function that it's a marketing thing to me. It's not something that's overly functional. That's just my opinion.
I do manual focus stacking. The one in the Z9 and previous cameras has never been very successful for me. I just like more control, I suppose. And for the B, I'd probably just use a flash. Give some more depth of field.
Yeah.
Well, good morning in Malta to you, Andre. Hey, that's a good comment there. So, you know what? I never thought about that. Let me look here. Is it on the feed? No, it is not. The only way to see it is to click down on the bar in the bottom.
Well, I see it on my screen. It says live, 2 hours, 48 minutes, and 4 seconds.
But you're in the stream.
I'm in with you. Yeah, I mean they probably don't see anything.
It's not on the feed though, as I'm looking at it, and that's a good point. I'm going to bring that up with Restream. It's a good point for stream duration. So they're going to tell me, well, you can always click at the bottom, or not click, but put your mouse over the bottom, and it'll tell you how long the stream's been going. But I like that. They like getting comments like that anyway, by the way. Anything they think might improve and that gives them an upper hand over another platform. So I'll send that in. Thanks, Andre. And thanks for joining us.
Well, like you said, Roy, another thing is like we keep talking about the megapixel wars, and we're saying, well, dynamic range improvements would be great, but it's like
That's what we're losing.
that could be. See that at all. I mean, who has driven the megapixel thing to be like the top thing? You know, is it it's the pundits, it's the people, it's a certain crowd, you know, on YouTube and maybe even the companies to a certain extent. I mean, it's just they just think it's easier to address that, but all it takes is a company to use that as a marketing thing and explain to people how great it is if that's better, you know, and then that would be the next hot potato item on a camera. But to me, that's just poor marketing. If you don't sell it, you have to sell it to people. You got to tell them why you should want that camera with that feature. And if you can't do that, then it's obviously not a feature you should put on a camera. But if you feel strongly about it and you can explain it well, then that gives you a leg up.
Now we're into marketing, and you already said that. Jeffrey. And you know, manufacturers are going to do that. They're going to put widgets, gadgets, or things that may or may not be worthwhile in something just for a marketing plug.
Yeah.
You know, we do it, nobody else does it. Well, it doesn't matter if you do it, nobody else does it. There may be a reason.
Yeah.
But not always the case.
Everybody else knows it's junk.
Yeah, and I'm not saying this is.
Nikon used to give us what we need, not what we want, which was much better.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how high the megapixel war goes. We've said that before, though. We said that with the D800, you know, and everybody started talking about that wasn't enough. And then, of course, even with 61 megapixels, there are already people talking about if Nikon goes the 61 megapixel route because there's a sensor already out there, or the mold is there for 61 megapixels. You design the sensor, of course, but anyway, people talking about storage space and everything else. Well, storage space has come down, no doubt about it. But for professional photographers that are shooting, you know, wedding photographers that are shooting 50 weddings a year, yeah, I can understand their concern over storage space, which is why I asked Vahagan on one of his streams, how much do you archive? You know, what are you expected to archive? It seems to me that I somewhere in my contract it'd be I'll have these for a year, after that no longer, and purge the system. But anyway,
I get people asking me for images off slides and things.
Yeah,
things that just go back donkey's years.
Yeah,
you never know.
Yeah, well, that's just it. I guess whatever your contract, whatever whatever you want to do too. I guess I'm making this statement based on people don't want to have to archive, terabytes of images forever. And for those, I would say, I guess the way to go there is it's in the contract up to this point, and then sorry, no guarantees.
Well, even corporations, I mean, where I worked, which was in aerospace, we had a document retention policy. It was so many years. It depended on the type of document, but a certain document might be 5 years, another document might be 10, another one might be forever. All dependent, classified or what it was for. But it's good to have. It's good if you're someone earning a living with your camera. It's important that you have a retention policy and you let the people know what that is.
Right. And the other thing is that you can always charge for it too, and professional services. So when people bring that up about they don't want to have to fill their computer with, so much data with these large images.
You don't want it in your computer anyway. You want it out on an S box or something.
Right. So the whole point there is that you just make a choice, to purge from time to time or however you want to do it. So I don't know that's just kind of an inconvenience. That's all it is. It's not a reason to say I'm not going to buy a camera because I don't want to have to provide storage for the files that I take.
Well, what's nice is with the high efficiency star, I happen to use that all the time, the high efficiency star. So I get a 33 megapixel file rather than a 50 or a 55 megapixel file.
Right.
That makes a huge difference, and I don't see any difference in quality. So I use the high efficiency star, and I personally don't have any issues using that. But some people, because they're afraid they might lose something, will use the highest quality available. But people that have done side by side comparisons, if there's a difference, it's you're sitting there, like you said, somebody looking at the image at the corners at 200%, 300% to see anything that's different.
Yeah. Andre's talking about Nikon shareholders would be concerned if the medium format route would be considered. It's a major R&D investment and also a long-term market and implementation route. I agree, Andre. I agree. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, obviously, before you got here. And, I didn't realize how much of a nerve it was going to strike, although I was prepared for it. Talking about medium format, is it needed? Should we or should Nikon? And my comment right up front about Nikon was I hope they don't, at least not in the near future, because it would suck up so many resources to go down that route, which I don't think they can afford to waste right now, at least
don't need it, don't want it.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with being passionate about whatever format you choose to use. I mean, that's all an individual thing, and more power to that's what you like to do, then good for you. I'm happy for you, and nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and he goes on to say Fuji were wise when they penetrated the mini medium format niche up from their extensive crop line camera. I agree with that 100%. And I think first to the plate often reap the rewards. And I think that's what you get with Fuji making the affordable mini medium format or medium format ish or whatever you call it. And it's definitely a decent camera. A lot of people like it. So
seems to have lost momentum though, that camera.
Yeah.
They seem to be falling behind again.
I think what hurts them is that depth from defocus autofocus system is never going to be as fast as the phase detect autofocus. And there was something I read where they're actually now looking to possibly create a phase detect system for their future cameras, which will definitely tick off their base, because their base has probably been screaming for phase detect for a long time, and they held the ground where they wanted to stick with that different autofocus system for so long, and it's just not fast enough for certain things.
Yeah.
A lot of mirrorless cameras have trouble with contrast detect, because if you're focused on the background, the subject's usually blurry and it can't focus on it, so it can't find it.
Nikon doing medium format, it's not a big market share. Well, that's true. And I think that's what we talked about earlier too, was how big is the market for medium format? Who's it for? And does it turn out to be a want as much or more than a need? Which are all open questions and lots of different answers for those questions. So, yeah, and you got Fuji in the market now, and everybody seems to be happy with it, with going that route for medium format if they're going to be out and about. And Hasselblad's been doing it as well with the X1 and the X2. So yeah, I don't know how much market there is, and I think you answered that, Roy, when you talked about the 1 or 2% maybe out there up for grabs in that market.
A lot of the buyers are mostly people that would have bought a Leica or something to hang around their neck, and it looks really good.
Yeah. And it does. You got to admit that Leica looks nice.
Medium format owners, the thing is, after a while, everybody's at the chiropractor getting neck massages. The heavier things get.
Yes.
And like I said, people dumping their 600 f4s f mount. I know a few people that have, like Chuck was talking, they have the wagon, they have all those big lenses laying on the wagon and they're pulling it behind them because they can't lug it. They can't lug it around anymore. Everybody's eventually you get older and you just can't lug that stuff around anymore.
Yeah, that's what the car's for.
Yeah. It's a good question by Tim here. Can you remember a time when Nikon that has been producing so many new lenses that have been so well received?
Mm.
I don't know, because it does seem like everything that Nikon's put out so far has been very well received in the Z lens lineup.
Yeah, I mean, I think most independent reviewers, and I read a lot of them, have ranked the S series line.
Thank you, Michael.
Better than anybody else. Better than
I refuse to call them S series. S series was the old rangefinder camera lenses.
Well,
They're Z lenses.
Okay.
Z lenses.
And it's funny. Most people refer to them as Z or Z lenses.
All the rangefinders, that was an S mount.
Well, yeah. That's the thing. They're not S mount lenses either. They're just, that's one of the part of the line. That's
quality.
the upper echelon in the Z lens lineup is the S lens. Yeah.
I should have found something else.
It must mean, I don't know if the S is supposed to mean special or superior. Maybe superior. I don't know.
Super priced.
Yeah.
So that was another thing, though. Remember, the lenses came out, and everybody was talking about, we're the gold line lenses, because we just got so used to that. Gold line meant that standard, above the others.
That ring, you had that ring.
So, which lens didn't we have a S line lens or a Z line lens that has a ring on it though?
Did they put that on the 400 2.8?
I'm not sure. I thought there was one that had a ring on it.
I think I'm going to look it up now. And you're talking about it. I'm going to see if
I can't see any. What's that got? No, haven't seen any.
Hello, Lance. Welcome to the show. We're at the tail end, but welcome anyway. Again, this is why I run such a long live stream. We have so many people that pop in and out. Welcome. Yeah, I don't know which one, but I thought, because somebody called me on that when I said that there wouldn't be, and all of a sudden somebody popped up with, oh, this has the gold ring or a silver ring or something.
I think some of the third parties still do.
I can't remember.
I haven't seen them on any of the Nikon lenses.
All right, Lance, where are you at? I'm just curious as far as time zones.
Okay, the 800 has a gold ring.
Ah, okay. So like I said, somebody called me on it and said, no, you're wrong. And I didn't know.
So does the 400 2.8.
400 2.8, okay.
Can't see any others though.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought the 400 2.8 had it. Anything that's 14 grand, you would think would have it.
Yeah, Tim said maybe the 800.
Yeah.
Nikon's ongoing development of f1.2 lenses tackles the medium format hunger. You know what, Andre? I agree with you, and that's what spurred this whole thing, this whole conversation tonight. When I saw the 51.2 stacked up against the X2D Hasselblad, and I don't remember what lens it had on it, but yeah, it was very comparable. But then again, that's apples and oranges, as I've been told here tonight. However, doesn't matter to me, apples and oranges or whatever. It's the fact that I can get that same feel with 35 millimeter or full frame camera. So yeah, I agree. I think the 1.2 lens idea with Nikon has been a winner. Not everybody wants to shoot wide open, but that's the other thing about these Z lenses. Roy, don't you find that these Z lenses are much better wide open than f-mount glass was?
Yeah, there's no comparison. They're the first lenses of it I can remember that you can actually use wide open and they're still sharp. I've got a couple of 50mm 1.2s and 55 1.2s from the 70s, 80s,
Yeah.
They work lovely, but they're not sharp wide open.
Yeah.
And you gotta be like at f4, I think, about,
Yeah,
right?
they were for low light use only.
Well, wasn't
Yeah.
the old
Feature
rule of
before.
thumb f5.6 to f8 was the sweet spot for just about every
Yes.
lens? Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas the Z lenses are quite usable wide open, which is amazing. And the
Lance
new
said, yeah.
those
So
new
Roy, what
PF lenses are amazing too. They're so
Yeah.
light.
Lance said his family went to bed, so he's now staying up too late. Well, good, Lance. I'm glad you're in here, man. And yeah, if you want, go back and check out the earlier part of the show tomorrow. But love to have you in here.
so Roy, what's the crop factor on the Fuji and the Hasselblad? Is it 0.8? Is it
Um,
0.8? So like a 50 millimeter on a 35 millimeter camera
well,
with
the
40
standard
mil.
lens on the Hasselblad's an 80 millimeter. 80 millimeter.
Okay.
So it's about 1.4 up, but it's more than that.
Yeah. I'll have to look that up.
So that's one of the complaints that a lot of people in Nikon have right now. They want 1.4 lenses, I guess, with the expectation that it's going to be that much cheaper or whatever. I kind of like the route that Nikon's taken, the 1.8s
Yeah,
and 1.2s. I really do. And
not much difference, and it saves
yeah,
money, and they're lighter. And if you double the aperture, you double the size of the lens.
yeah. Andre, I have the 51.8. I bought that only because it was a reasonably priced lens, I thought, for a 1.8. And all the talk about how the 1.8 renders like a 1.4 F mount lens, which I find to be pretty close to accurate. Um, and I'm not a
Better.
fan of the 50 millimeter focal length, but it does have excellent value for the money, and the bokeh or out of focus area is fantastic. So
Yeah, I
yeah,
think you can let Tamron do the 1.4 line if they want to have one.
And the DX.
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And Tim, I put it up there and I didn't mention it, Tim, when I had your comment up there. 1.4 is dead now. It's 1.2,
Yeah.
1.8, 2.8. I agree. I agree.
It's either a professional high-speed lens or it's something you can afford.
Yeah. I think it's a great way to go. Initially, I think even we Nikon shooters were complaining a little bit because we saw Canon come out with their, this boom, what is it, the 28 to 70 f2 or whatever across the range, but the cost on it was pretty prohibitive. So I think Nikon did do the right thing. It's a shame it wasn't received well, but the 1.8s, everybody thought they were just junk lenses. And you remember some of the comments by, some of the folks that we talk about quite often. They're toy lenses, but Nikon proved them wrong in the long run. They've been fantastic lenses.
Nikon makes
So,
very good lenses, very well made, very durable.
yeah. Well, and that's funny too, because it used to be, Roy, at least for me, growing up, quality meant heft. Tank like build, meaning it had heft, it was metal or whatever. And that always seemed to be, oh, that's got to be a great lens or a great whatever because it's built strong, heavy. And with all the composite materials, and Nikon learned that early on, you don't have to build out of metal. You don't have to make them 15 pounds. You can build them out of the new composite plastics that are available, with technology and chemistry and everything else. And they're still great lenses. And oh, by the way, they're more durable
Yeah, plastic
because
doesn't dent as easy.
that's right. That's right. So plastic doesn't have a memory like metal does. So yeah, it's been fine. But then again, once people start shooting with them, then they shut up, then it's no more. But I just found it funny considering that the big issue with DSLRs there when Sony was, the only mirrorless maker was weight and size. We just can't carry these anymore. They're just too big and they're, whatever. And but yet we want big metal bodies and metal lenses and heavy and okay, make up your mind. You can't have everything.
I just looked up and found out the Hasselblad XCD lenses. They have a crop factor of 0.79. So a
They're smaller
21
sensor.
millimeter lens on the Hasselblad is the same as a 17 millimeter lens on a 35 millimeter camera.
Okay.
And then I'll just pick one more here. So, okay, so a 65 millimeter Hassie lens is the equivalent of a 51 millimeter, 35 millimeter focal length. So you'd have to have a 65 millimeter lens to be pretty much a 50 millimeter lens.
On the H, it's an 80 millimeter is standard like a 50.
Yeah, an 80 Hassie is a 63 millimeter on a 35 millimeter camera, which of course we don't have a 63 millimeter lens, but interesting. It's less than one.
Yeah, Tim, I agree. You know, so many people, well, I'm not buying it if it's not made in Japan or whatever. You know, look, my counter to those comments was Nikon didn't send a lens patent over to Thailand and say, "Hey, build this." Just send us what you make, and we'll be happy with that. I mean, obviously they have their own quality control. They set up the production facility and everything else. So it never bothered. It didn't bother me. But everybody seemed to think having made in Japan, I don't know, maybe they felt it had more resale value or something. I don't know.
Not much is made in Japan anymore. Most of even Fuji, it says made in Japan. It's assembled there from parts in Philippines. The ones that say made in Japan. So,
yep,
not much is made in Japan anymore.
Now, Nikon did make a statement about this, though. They said that they would still high end. I guess they didn't say. I can't remember the exact wording, but basically it was all their high end glass, whatever they consider high end, would still be made in Japan. So I don't know what they consider high end or whatever. And I can't remember the terminology they used. They didn't say high end, but the lenses would still be made in Japan. Not all, but it said they did say lenses would still be made in Japan. And in fact, my 1-400 is made in Japan. Not that it matters to me.
Well, it's I'm sure all their PF glass is made in Japan because that's a very lengthy process.
The other makers must be very upset over the PF glass. No one else has got it.
Yeah.
Well, that and the fact that, you know, Nikon has engineers and everybody else that are at these locations, you know, wherever things are being made. And, you know, the standards for Nikon are carried over through those representatives that they have at those facilities. It's, again, like I said, it's not like you're parceling out plastic widgets to be made somewhere and you're going to send, you know, you don't have anybody there to follow the process or whatever.
No, we at times we had to outsource the manufacturing of assembling printed circuit boards, putting components on printed circuit boards. And we took the stuff from Connecticut and we built part kits of all the parts, kit all the parts together, shipped it all to Florida, went to a company out there, sent the engineers out there. I was one of them that had to go out there, made sure the fixtures were proper for the wave solder machine or whatever. And we had to babysit them and watch them for months and make sure that everything met. And their people had to be trained to the same specs that our people were trained at in order to meet the requirements. And as simple as that. And then you monitor it, you work with them.
Yeah.
It's a very common thing. It's not anything that should get anybody overly riled up because a good company is going to keep their thumb on whoever they outsource it to, and they're going to either provide the tooling and provide personnel to work with them and make sure that it works out.
Yeah. So obviously they're definitely, you know, there is representation there, no doubt about it. There's oversight. Now, the old, you know, everybody used to talk about made in America. Made in America is now watered down because made is really, they should change it now. It's not necessarily made in America. It's assembled in America.
Yeah, assembled
Most
in
of
America.
the goods, because so many parts are outsourced, especially in the car manufacturing, auto manufacturing. Now, so many parts are outsourced everywhere that there isn't much of it, I think, that is sourced in America, because we got out of manufacturing. We don't need manufacturing. We're going to the global.
Yeah. Well, you go and buy a car now, it'll always tell you how much content is from Canada. It'll have U.S. content and it'll have Canadian content. A lot of the car parts and a lot of the stuff comes from Canada.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of stuff comes from Mexico. A lot of stuff is outsourced to Mexico. Canon has PF glass. They call it DO. Only thing is, Canon didn't keep developing the line. You know, Joe, I'd heard that about, I've heard of Canon DO glass, but I didn't know what it was. Interesting.
Does that
Yeah.
stand for didn't offer it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Didn't offer it.
I'd heard about it. That's worth looking into too, just for out of interest.
It's very hard to get phase Fresnel to work properly, though.
Yeah, you know, and it's a technique that's been around for how many hundreds of years, too.
Lighthouses and hundreds of years in.
Yeah.
But that's putting light out, it's not receiving it.
You little turd. Oh, so Joe said he used to own the 400. I guess that's a 400 DO lens, Joe, Canon? Curious.
I'm going to have to look that up, but it was interesting.
Yeah. I learn all the time here. I keep saying it.
I like Mark Wesson's comment. I'll log a view camera when there's a digital back for
it. Mark says, how much are you willing to spend for it? Okay, a 400 F4. Okay. So was it any good, Joe? Or, I mean, were there issues with it, or what was the deal? Oh. Yeah, we made it over the 3-hour mark tonight. Yep. Still got, and see, the numbers just keep going up and down as far as people that are in the stream. And, you know, I think it's fantastic. Mr. D Moots. Hey, all, sorry I couldn't join tonight. Well, I didn't even know you were back yet, Dave. I don't think I sent you an invite, only because I thought you were still out of town, buddy.
I thought you were still playing with birds, man. Still playing with those birds.
Yeah. He's down there having a good time.
He's trying to make sure he can outdo Mark Smith while he's there.
That's the guy that looks like Shaggy, is it?
Huh?
Is that the guy that looks like Shaggy out of the show? I thought so. I used to like his work when I had time to watch it.
All right, you're back. Good, buddy. Well, we got to get you back on the list. Hope you had a good time down there playing in the sun. I know things were a little bit mixed up. So those that don't know, Dave, D Moots Photography, he's been down in Florida shooting all things birds, and had a little concern or worry there that he going down there right after Ian, that it might be a difficult time, but I guess he had a good time. All right.
I got my dog bothering me.
Yeah, well, he loves you. He loves you.
That's why I have one arm that's bigger than the other. Throw the ball, throw the ball, throw the ball.
So, Roy, what are you going to do with all the gear and equipment that you've got? Is that going to be?
Idea. I could sell it, but why bother? I can afford to keep it, so I probably will.
No, I didn't mean it that way. I just wondered, is this going to be something that goes to the children, or are you going to leave that burden to them, or?
Probably. As long as I have fun with it, I don't care. I'm looking for some project or something.
Someday either leave it to the kids or donate it to a museum or a college photo program or something.
A lot
So
of it
they
went to
have to use.
camera clubs and things and
Yeah.
camera schools.
I just want. I just wondered because I know I'm acquiring quite a bit of stuff too. Yeah, Greg, we're still here, man. Even without your phone tonight. You know, what's your phone percentage now?
Well, he's not going to tell us he changed batteries. He'll say, I'm still at 80% when he put a new battery in.
There you go. Joe got back to us. Performance wasn't as good as the L series, and Canon wanted L series prices for it. Oh, from my experience, it was an okay lens, but the 400 2.8 was better. Okay.
Yeah.
And you know, on the PF side for Nikon too, let's be honest. I mean, you know, as good as the PF lenses are, and they are pretty daggone good. I mean, I don't think that they're meant to match the performance of the, you know, the larger aperture.
Conventionally designed lens.
Right.
They're not quite as good as the pro level lenses, but they're so much lighter. It's a delight to use them.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the 500 PF definitely was a lens that everybody fell in love with. No doubt about it. It was just such a, you know, that's another lens, Jeffrey, I was going to buy. I was ready to buy it. And then you couldn't buy it for a year.
Yeah.
So
I had to convince myself to buy that lens. That was, I don't know, that for me, that was probably it's probably the most expensive lens I bought.
Now, let me ask a question. Is the 800 a PF lens?
Yes.
Yes.
Because they didn't list it that way initially.
Yeah, they just didn't advertise that. Well, they don't outwardly advertise it that way, but when you dive into the specs, they say it is a PF lens.
Okay.
And I have a friend that has one of them, and I've looked at it and held it. It's definitely a PF lens.
Well, Joe, you know, that's a shame. You know, I'm wondering if Canon will ever pick that up again, or because definitely it's been a great line of lenses for Nikon. That 300
It's very hard
PF
to implement that technology, though. It's much more complicated than a straight flat lens.
Okay. I know the 300 PF people raved
that seems to
about.
get neglected, doesn't it? Everyone's forgot that one.
And early on, though, it was a hot lens.
The
300
wasn't long enough.
Thing is, for birders, 300 ain't enough. That's.
Well, I know. I know, but it was a hot lens initially because of the old 300 f4.
Yeah.
That had no element in the back, so you could use it as a wine glass or a lens.
Well, I mean, it's still a good lens for local sporting events and stuff like that. You know, high school soccer, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Good lens for that.
Yeah. Dave, we were talking about, Joe brought up, Canon had toyed with the PF-like lenses. They called it the DO, and he said he had one. And while it was a good lens, it had the L lens price on it, and it wasn't as good as an L lens, which is understandable. But they didn't pursue it. They didn't continue.
I don't think the 400 looks like a PF lens. The images are more like the old 300 AFS to look at, the images from it, if you follow me. It doesn't have that PF look to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Since Roy isn't typing today, we're not getting the kangaroo emoji.
I'll put a row up later.
That's great. So if y'all haven't noticed, Mr. Roy's in his new house now, and he doesn't know what to do with himself.
No, trying to retire, and it's not easy. It doesn't suit me. I'm used to being busy.
Yeah.
I like being busy.
Yeah, I had a hard time when I retired. I mean, I didn't like it at all. And if for some reason I couldn't go out and take pictures as often as I do, I'd probably be working somewhere again. You have to have something to keep your mind going and keep your body moving. I mean,
Yep.
you need something.
Yep.
You don't need TV, that's for sure. You don't need to sit in front of the TV.
So Todd's saying that the bokeh on the 400 4.5 is remarkable. He says it's much better than the AFS
Yeah, it's one of the
500 PF.
compromises with PF lenses is the bokeh.
Yeah. Oh, Luke dropped a kangaroo for you there, Roy.
Thanks.
See how much you missed? We're going to go to Bunnings, get a sausage on bread and door
I've
handles
got
for you.
handles on my robes. They're just little.
All right.
Bunnings is a Walmart type, hardware chain
It's
in
like
Australia.
a Home Depot
They,
or Lowe's
yeah,
here.
like Home Depot, but they have on the weekends they have a sausage sizzle outside to raise charity money.
Okay.
You buy
Well,
a
my
sausage.
local Home Depot has a trailer out front that they do that. I guess all the people that come in, the contractors and whatnot that are going in and out of there, they grab lunch at the same time.
That's the idea.
Oh,
New house, I've got to do some of that.
yeah. Old house, and I'm doing it.
Oh, this is a new house, but that's just as bad.
Oh man.
Got to put your stamp on it, and that takes a while. All the interior decorating and what you're going to do with what room, and oh, geez.
The big difference is no studio.
Yeah, it's not good, Roy. What are you going to do?
Do you have basements in houses in
No, we don't
Australia?
usually have basements here.
Oh,
I've got
okay.
a sort of a workshop underneath the house, a big area that I could use, and I've got a workshop, a apartment above the garage, and I'm in one of the other ones, and here, there, and everywhere. I've just lost for rooms. I keep sneaking away so the wife can't find me.
Tim says he's going to have a fundraiser at Bunnings so he can get money for the Z8 due to the inflation. It makes me a charity.
I think the Z9 is quite good value. It's a fantastic camera for the money.
Yeah.
A Hasselblad
Well,
lens costs more than that.
yeah. Well, I'm hoping that we hear something. I do believe, again, I'm hoping next week. I don't know why I chose next Wednesday the other day, but I did, and we'll see what happens. Could be the end of the month, but it's time. It's time. Let's get this one out of the way.
Yeah, we're running out of days. They better hurry up.
All right, Dave. Have a good night, buddy.
Take it easy.
Thanks for dropping by. All right. All right, gentlemen. I guess we're winding down now, though we have more people in here now than we did 20 minutes ago.
Go figure.
So if any of you out there have any comments, we've got a few people that are actually commenting. That's what I say about the channel here is I think a lot of people just actually tune in and listen, which is a good thing to do. I like to go back and re-listen to these as I'm driving. When I made that trip, this was something I did. I don't like listening to the radio, music or anything like that. If anything, it's going to be talk radio. So I listened to some of Vahagen's Vahagen talks, and I actually listened to a couple of the shows that we've done. And man, I'll tell you what, it's a great way to pass 3 hours or more in a car. It definitely makes it a whole lot more uh, interesting. I hate driving anymore. I'm sick of it. But yeah, I think a lot of people do that. And for those of you that are in here that are just listening, thank you very much. Of course, I'd love to see comments and things like that. Any questions you have or comments, opinions are more than welcome. I don't have any, but Lance talking about. See, I found you a few weeks ago and have been listening during my rush hour commutes. All right. Appreciate the great content. Thank you very much, Lance. And I think that's whether that's one of the things. I think listening, it doesn't matter how good or bad it is. It's just something to listen to in the background sometimes. It takes your mind off a lot of what you're doing. But thanks, Lance. I appreciate that. All right. All right. So that's the other thing about the analytics on this. When you go to Restream, it'll tell you, and even YouTube tells me also what the peak number of viewers is. But it's never close, I think, to how many people actually come through the stream. I think it's probably triple whatever they give me because I watch the numbers go up and down constantly. And I mean, some people do go away for a bit and come back like Greg did. But I think it's just a matter of people listen as long as they want to listen and they go on about their business. And also, we got all kinds of comments coming in from Mozman and them over there. But other people can't get in here, like I said before, and they come in late. They stay for a while. And then, unfortunately, some people show up right at the end. And I always feel bad because we're getting ready to close it down. But that's just the way it is. I have to shut it down at some point. I wish I could run it remote, but I can't. But anyway, I thank everybody that's in here, whether you're commenting or not. Again, it's you're part of the community, and thank you very much. Greg says most of us look forward to the Chuck rants. I don't know. I get some bad feedback on that. I'm trying to cut back on that, but I'm getting some feedback from some folks and emails about, they don't care to hear that. It's hard for me to not be me, though.
Better out than in.
Yeah, exactly. I listen to the Wednesday stream at night on headphones. The drawback with the headphones is when Chuck is smashing the M&Ms. Sorry about that, Tim. Sorry about that. And I've had some people tell me that before too. I am sorry. Maybe I shouldn't do that, or I should mute when I'm eating my M&Ms. But then again, I never promised this super professional layout and everything else. I want it to be presentable or whatever, but I just want it to be more community than some kind of grand presentation. And I hope at least we check that block. So
honest content.
Yeah. Man, I'm gonna have to shut down messages over here. The boys are going at it. That's Mosman, Vahagan, and Ronald over there.
What's Vahagan doing with his new lens?
He says he will. He says he's going to do a review. He may be working on it right now, not right this minute, but now. I'm curious to see what he's going to do for the review. He didn't give me any hints or anything. He wants it to be a surprise. But he sent me a few photos he took when he was checking the lens out, the guy he bought it from. And I mean, just right there at the table, I thought they were pretty fantastic. The only thing I don't like about the lens is, and this is because of eyesight and glasses and everything else now, is it's purely, manual focus. Yeah. And
autofocus on the lens like that would be handy.
It would, but I understand what it would do to the lens too. But from everybody that has reviewed the lens, because Vahagan was telling me that it's that incredibly sharp that even manual focus, it's got such a long throw on the focus ring too, because it's that incredibly sharp and it's easy to miss focus. Now, nobody would notice that you missed focus, but the bottom line is you can get it absolutely razor sharp. For me,
that's the reason those macros have long throws,
right?
To get a really sharp focus.
And for me, a lens like that, I just, as great as it would be, it's just not something that I would use very often. because obviously you're slowing down to use that lens if you want it that incredibly sharp. So curious to see what he comes up with in his review. I
Probably be
don't.
good for
Oh yeah.
astrophotography.
Oh yeah.
Fast, sharp.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Michael
Sounds
McDermott keeps
somebody's
track
ringing.
of this for me.
Sounds
Yeah.
like somebody's ringing the dinner bell.
I wish I could mute that, but I can't
Like
without just
ding,
closing it
dinner,
down.
dinner time, dinner
That
time.
is Vahagan, Mosman, and Ronald Pollard. 340 more to go to 1,000. Yeah. Mike, thanks for keeping up with that for me. Yeah, we'll get there eventually. And Luke says he doesn't always comment. I always like listening. Thank you, Luke. Appreciate that. Mark Weston says you need to hold up a Chucky doll when Chuck is ranting. It will provide great visual comedy. Yeah, there you go. It's funny you mentioned that because now we're nearing Halloween and I see advertisements for that movie all over the place on TV. Let's see. Tim Hunter. Just glad to have found a community that is about the enjoyment of being positive rather than pulling down and using negativity for views, refreshing change. Thanks, Tim. And I guess sometimes when I hear the people or see the emails that come in about the rants, maybe I feel like that, is this being negative or whatever? Should I stop that? And I listen to what people say. But again, I'm sorry. I don't do it for views. I do it because it comes upon me and I have to let it out.
The creature within.
Yeah. Yeah, and Greg's saying the storage case for Vahagen's new lens very cool, but a bit big. Yeah, well, for that lens, I don't think it's. I think it's fantastic, and like Vahagen was saying, there were only 2,800 of them made. It's going to be a collector's item, no doubt about it.
That's what it's about. Like the old Noct.
Yes,
But
yes.
that wasn't very good. The old Noct.
Yeah.
Just expensive.
Was that the one that just sold at auction for like $1,800? A 58 millimeter f1.
187,000.
Yeah.
That was one f1.
F1, yeah.
That was the old S mount lenses.
Imagine if you were in a tag sale and you happen to find one of those and somebody selling it for $5 on a table. And you go, oh my God, look at this.
Sad thing is, it's probably expensive, but not very sharp.
Yeah. Well, some things become cult classics and people have to have them. I wonder what the production run was on that, Roy.
Probably one. Probably 100.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, they were trying to imply that was. I don't know. At first they said that they didn't serialize the lenses back then, but it had a number on it.
101.
And then they were implying that it was probably the first one, but I don't know if they know or not. I mean,
helps the price go up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Always. Cars and everything.
Some of those early fisheye lenses that Nikon made are very low production too. Yeah. 120 sort of thing. And
so, yeah, I know that the 6 millimeter big bulbous 6 millimeter lens is, that's an incredible lens though. I have to admit it, whether it's sharp or not, I don't care. The fact that you can see your hand behind the lens is pretty incredible to me. I'm still trying to figure that out.
Of it.
Huh?
You keep your feet out the image. I've got a couple of the later ones, but not that one.
Yeah.
I like fisheyes for just the strangeness and difference to everything else you do.
Yeah. Mark Wesson says he thinks only 2 were made.
Yeah, perhaps.
So what was the cost on that? Did anybody know what the cost was when it was new? Or a special order, I'm sure. You probably had to pay as you ordered.
Nikon were different in those days. They used to custom make a lot of stuff for you. You could
Yeah.
ring them up and they'd just make it
Huh.
or modify a piece of equipment you've got for you.
Wow. So yeah, what about that the zoom lens Nikon built this? What is it?
200 to
That
600.
no, they haven't built that
just,
yet.
I think I'm
Yes, I
starting to
have.
think,
It's an iOS version.
I'm starting to think that's just a rumor.
Yeah,
A
me
rumor.
too.
They're never going to make it. I mean, really. Whew.
What was it?
Just teasing
17
us.
or 12 to 1700 millimeter zoom?
Yeah, yeah, I've seen them. They're huge.
Yeah,
It's
that
about
thing is
7 foot long. It's huge.
gigantic.
I saw one being used once. One of their grey lenses.
Yeah. So why did Nikon do the gray lens thing?
I have no idea. I've got 3 or 4 of them, and they're very good for annoying Canon users. They think you've got a Canon lens on your Nikon.
I wonder
Yeah.
how many of those perspective control lenses do you think they sell?
I
The
don't know.
tilt shift lenses.
Yeah,
Do you think they sell very many of those?
product photography is good because you can drop the focus where you want it. So a lot of people use the 85 for that, and it's a macro as well. The wider ones are good for architecture. Depends on who needs it.
I mean, I've seen a few people that have used it for landscape photography, which I found interesting. I don't know why, but they did.
You could probably straighten up some trees.
Yeah, or it might help them get that perfect front to back focus.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, you can drop the focus instead of in front of you in a plane. You can drop the focus sideways or at an angle to get what you want in focus, and everything else is out of focus with a tilt shift.
Hey Todd, thanks for coming by, buddy. Have a good night. Joe's about his eye and laughing, Roy, at the comment there a minute ago. Jeff, Greg talking about your video.
Yeah, I do not know when I'm going to have another one. I don't have a lot of subjects right now.
Video's harder than it seems. I tried video the other day, and I've been a still photographer too long. I keep recomposing, and it shows. You're videotaping, you recompose.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, try doing 2 live streams a week. I'm not complaining, but I'm really just speaking to so many people will say it is difficult, and
Chuck
just
had
try
black
to.
hair before
I
he
think
started
you
this.
should cut yourself a little slack and go down to 1 while you were working on trying to get your house in order to sell it. That's a lot of stress that you put on yourself trying to do 2 shows plus pack and fix things and everything else. I don't know how you did that one.
Oh yeah, to go down there. Yeah. Well, it didn't work out the way I thought it would as far as live streams from there. I did get one of them in though. So Michael's asking about the Carl Zeiss 50 planar f.7 lens. Oh no, he's just playing
That's
with
one
it.
of the cubic lenses.
Yeah.
Cubic made
Well,
that.
Sell all your cheap flashes, Mike, and you'll be able to get that lens, I think.
Probably not as sharp as a modern lens, though. Probably not.
Yeah, Mark's talking about perspective lenses again. I always found those interesting because I love doing the miniatures thing with that. Not necessarily what it was designed for, of course, but from building tops, looking down at streets below and looking like miniature characters and things with a perspective lens to defocus. Have you seen them? Have you seen where people do that with the perspective lenses? I think it's pretty cool. It's a lot of fun.
Don't like it. Looks odd.
Yeah, it does. No doubt about it.
Goes against the grain.
Yeah. I've got
a couple, and they're very useful. But they take a bit more to use them.
Mm-hmm. That's another lens I'd thought about buying, some years ago just to play with.
You can get adapters to do it too, because all the tilt shift are all manual anyway.
Yeah.
You get adapters to tilt shift on the Z lens and on the Z camera with a F lens on the end.
Yeah.
If Nikon was going to put a medium format back on a camera, they'd probably be the first lens to use on them because they've got such a wide field of focus.
Yeah. Yeah. Is that going to make a difference on the tilt shift, this new mount?
Shouldn't do.
I mean, improve or
I haven't
anything?
tried it on the Z yet. I've been too sport for Z lenses.
Hey, Greg, it's on continuous focus, and I'll tell you what, I'm extremely happy with this camera for what I'm using it for right now, and the 14 to 30. Continuous focus, and it doesn't miss a beat. I think that's what's great about it. It's so neat. So here you go. It's and if I move up here, I know nobody wants to see me crowd the camera, but you can actually get the background to fall out of focus. It's pretty cool. And that's a wide angle lens, of course, the 14 to 30. Pretty interesting. But yeah, it doesn't miss a beat, man, on focusing. With that update, now before the update, it wasn't bad, but with that firmware update on the Z6, I got to tell you, that update,
It's nearly as
firmware
good as
update,
Z6 too.
yeah, I agree. I agree. I think that's why so many Z62 people were complaining, where's the firmware update, the big move forward firmware update for the Z62, especially since it has two processors.
I only got the Z6 for video because it was cheap at the time.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's a great little video camera. I mean, the Z62 didn't bring a whole lot more to the table. Again, I think it was just let's fix the complaints about the single card slot reason to get that out.
That was the big thing.
Not for me. I shoot tethered most of the time, so single slot doesn't matter.
It didn't bother me either, Roy, but I know a lot of people it bothered. Whether it really affected them or not, I don't know. But you heard everybody complain. Again, parroting. You got these big names, YouTubers that brought it up, and then all of a sudden everybody's yakking about it.
Could be worse. It could overheat.
Yeah. 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 Well, Greg, you don't see it shift focus because it's so wide, I guess. And I mean, I am literally, well, here's my hand. I can actually reach and touch the back of the camera. That's how close it is, which is another thing. Somebody brought that up the other day, close focusing on all these new lenses. Oh, it was Becky talking about that the other day. Remember that, Roy? Close focusing on these new Z lenses is so much better. Yaman, how are you doing? Good morning, sir. Good to see you. Yeah, we're still hanging in here.
Oh yeah, the 24 to 120 is a great lens for close-up photography. For butterflies and flowers and stuff like that. It works great.
Yeah, the 1 to 400 is a good sort of macro lens. I mean, not a true macro, of course, but with the close focusing distance on it at 400 millimeters, it does a real good job.
You can always put an extension tube or a close-up lens on it.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean,
things.
So again, there are a lot of things that Nikon failed to promote in the whole line. And the Z9 as well. We talked about that so much, but we just got so wrapped around the axle on the bird in flight that we lost focus of so many other things in the camera that Nikon could have been promoting heavily. And he just seemed to let that drop. So Canon is coming out with the R6 II. I mean, it seems like everybody's dropping a new camera here recently or soon. Again, Nikon, let's get that. Let's get something out there. Fill that team up. And Lance says, yeah, the second slot has come in handy for me as well on occasion, overflow and video at times when I couldn't swap cards. You know, Lance, that's exactly how I use the second slot on every camera that I've had. It's overflow for me and video.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, that's how I'm set up as well. Same thing.
but then again, I'm not shooting for clients. I'm not shooting, weddings and things like that. So I don't have to be as concerned about missing a shot, or losing a shot on a card or losing a card or whatever. So that's what
I'm
I'm
only
at.
shooting RAW on one and JPEGs on the other,
Yeah.
just for backup.
Yeah.
I've never seen a failure or XQD fail yet, which has surprised me. First time I've had a card system that hasn't failed.
Yeah. And I told that story about XQD. That I've never had an XQD card fail ever. And doesn't mean it couldn't happen, but I've never had one fail, even after running it through wash and dry in my
I've
pants
got a
pocket.
jar full of SD cards that have failed, just to remind me which one's failed.
Yeah. And CF Express, I've not had any trouble. I know there's some people say they've had some trouble with some of the cards, the plastic breaking on them, but I mean, that's not a CF Express thing. That's a manufacturer thing,
I noticed the Sony XQDs and that are slightly thicker than the other brands for some reason.
I don't have well, yes, I do. I guess I have a Sony XQD card. That's what came with the D4 because there were no XQD cards. So I got a.
Sony invented the format and didn't implement it.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of people talk about CF Express, as a Sony. I think that was a conglomeration of manufacturers that came together for the CF Express, wasn't it?
I think so, but the Sony have gone with the mini CF Express version, which is more expensive and slower and holds less. That
And
really works well for them, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, rightly so. A lot of Sony folks are complaining about that now, saying, when's Sony going to, jump into the future? They jumped so far ahead with mirrorless, and now they're falling behind on, cards for their cameras. So I wonder what the deal is. Why Sony won't go to CF Express B?
I think
They're
it's
trying to keep people in their own
size of their bodies.
You think?
Their bodies are kind of small. I think that's one of the prices you pay for trying to keep everything scaled down.
People like small. That's why medium formats taking a while to take off.
Yeah. Greg, when you wash a card, it takes off all the dirty pictures.
I'll tell you, I'm mad at myself because I have misplaced my variable neutral density filter, and I have no stinking clue where it is. I mean, I went through every winter, every coat, jacket, pocket that I have, and every camera bag I have, and every drawer in the house, and I can't find that stinking thing. And it wasn't a cheap one that I bought, so I'm really mad at myself that I can't find it. I'm like, well, I got to put one of those Apple tags on everything I own so I can.
I do that every day, Jeffrey. There's something I'm looking for. I know I have it. And the sad part is I know I just saw it.
Try moving house. It's even worse.
Yeah.
Everything goes everywhere.
Well, I moved 2 years ago, so I kind of know what you're going through.
Yeah, Yaman, that's exactly what we're looking for in this next body, whichever body it is. Definitely.
As long as I can put a battery grip with a EL18 battery in it, I'm happy.
Yeah, don't put the ENEL 15s in there.
Yeah. Do you think, I never thought about that, Roy. As big as the EL18 battery is that going to make for an abnormal battery grip on the smaller bodies? I hadn't even thought about that.
I've got the same thing on my D850, and that fits quite the same sort of battery system as the EL15s.
Right.
So,
I had it on my D850 as well. Yeah. But I'm thinking about the smaller bodies of the, Z6, Z7.
Them I've got battery grips. They probably won't have the EL18, but they'll have the EL15s or something.
That's what I meant. Yeah.
That'll be about it. I think the Z8, if it comes out, should have the bigger battery as a battery grip option, like the D850 did.
So it's funny that people that, we're all on board with the smaller bodies and everything else started talking about the Z8, and a lot of people are talking about they want to see it be a little bit bigger than, the Z6, Z7 size body. Obviously smaller than the D850. So I don't know how you pick that happy medium in there, but a lot of people were talking about that's what they'd like to see Nikon do.
I thought the D850 was about perfect size.
Yeah.
Good for my hands.
Mm-hmm.
That's a
good weight.
A great camera. It's still a great camera.
Trouble is, you go too small when the camera becomes light, it's less stable. Need more IBIS and that to compensate.
It doesn't balance well with long lenses when they're too small.
That's right. Doesn't balance.
No such thing as balance. It looks like you got a toy camera at the end of a professional lens. It looks rather silly, actually.
Actually went through a drawer. Lance was talking about moving the only way he could find half his photo stuff now. I guess you can relate to this too, I'm sure, Roy. So I was cleaning out a couple of drawers upstairs, where I've kept so much of my photography stuff for all these years. And I found a whole stack of filters. As you're talking about a filter right now, that I had completely forgotten about. Some that I bought, never even opened the case, but they somehow wound up in the drawer. Other things on top of it, didn't even realize they were there. So yeah, moving tends to bring about finding some things you forgot you even had.
Well, back in film days, I had dozens and dozens of filters for all sorts of different reasons. Now I only carry UV filters for protection or a polarizer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I've got variable ND, but I don't think I use it much. I use that as a polarizer half the time.
The only thing I use a variable ND for now, and not like I've been using it a lot lately, is for video outside.
Yeah.
It's just convenient, very convenient. I think that's another good topic too, to pick up in one of the streams, is how many people use a circular polarizer, or even, have even tried to use a circular.
Highly recommended. You lose a stop or two of light, but it enriches all the colors and everything the way that Photoshop never could.
Right.
Yeah,
no doubt.
I tend to, well, if I'm shooting at 7 a.m, I don't put a filter on my lens, right. But if the sun gets higher up in the sky, then I usually put the polarizer on the lens at that time.
And especially
not at 7 a.m. when the sun's only been out for 10 minutes, maybe.
Especially when it's rained. The difference there is pretty remarkable, with or without.
Well, you need it too if you do street photography and you're taking pictures of buildings and you have reflections of product or reflections of cars that are on the street in the windows of the restaurant or whatever you're taking a picture of. You could dial most of that away with the polarizer.
Yes, very useful things.
Yeah, obviously it's not for everything you're shooting or every time you're out shooting, but it's very useful for a lot of times when you are shooting outdoors. And I just wonder how many people actually know that or do that or have tried a circular
Uh,
polarizer.
Takes up
I
no space in your bag, and they're so useful when you need them,
Hmm.
especially with
great.
anything with water in it.
I didn't have it on me the other day when I took pic just yesterday. When we went did my friend and I we did some birds first, and then we went to a British car show. And I'm kicking myself in the head that I didn't have my polarizer with me so that I can get rid of the glare off the chrome.
Yep.
So I'm like, ta-da, idiot! You didn't bring the filter with you.
So here you go. Speaking of that and chrome and shooting a car show, so I actually got one of the star filters way back when. It's
Yeah,
one of those things. It can be cheesy, of course, and it's also something you can get carried away with real quick, and then all the cool goes out of it.
Yes.
But I did shoot a couple of motorcycles with it, and man, the people were just crazy about those photos.
Used to see it a long time ago on everything, but you don't see it now.
yeah.
Yeah. And somebody told me, another photography friend of mine up here that shoots, car shows, bike shows, and everything else. Also, he said, "Don't get carried away with it. It's real easy to get carried away with it, and you got a whole portfolio of all these cheesy star photos." But anyway, I did shoot a couple of bikes and a couple of cars with it, and the guys that owned the bikes, they were just like, "Wow, man, that's so cool. How do you do that?" Well, I just use this filter and it does it for me. But they loved it. So there are all kinds of filters out there. And I do not use what is it? Um,
UV.
Graduated.
yeah, UV filter. I do not
Right.
use a UV filter at all.
I use
I
it for
just,
protection only. The
Yeah.
some lenses, some of the older lenses, the UV light can actually throw off the light sensor in your camera. So sometimes they're a good idea.
see, I did not know that. I never found a reason to even use it.
I,
Um,
I
it
I use it to protect the lens if I'm on the beach, taking pictures on the beach to keep the salt spray off the lens. That's the
Easier
only
to clean or
thing.
throw away a
okay.
UV
Okay.
filter as a front element.
Now that's a reason to use it too. And there have been a couple of occasions when I probably should have used it, considered using it, shooting motocross
Yeah,
down on the track
mud,
on a muddy
flat,
track.
yeah,
Yeah.
mud, or even if you were shooting
Stones
on the desert and you got sand blowing around, you don't want the sand hitting your lens.
or getting into your camera.
Yeah, yeah.
Multiple bodies, you don't get sand in your camera.
Lance talking about, speaking of bikes, broke my D850 in 24-72-8, stupidly strapping it to the back seat a few years ago.
Um,
I was
he
going
needs
to
a
say,
GoPro.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, speaking of GoPro, man, GoPros are not bad cameras for, a lot of these production crews are using GoPros all over the place for these, some of
Yeah.
these
B-roll.
popular reality shows. Like, I don't know, what is it? Gold, whatever it is, gold something.
Just wish
Uh,
they had a better lens than that crappy fisheye they seem to love.
yeah, but don't they have that now, Roy? Something different,
I
different
haven't seen
models,
the latest
versions or
ones,
something?
but all the GoPros I've ever seen are really good for webcams. But that
Yeah.
lens on them is a terrible fisheye.
Mm. Yaman talking about the Hoya polarizer. Didn't feel I needed to use it again. It's lying somewhere inside one of the older camera bags. Considered a star filter, but ended up stopping down much cheaper. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Uh, Yaman and all of us, there's so many things we bought, all of us, I'm sure, that has
Gadgets.
gadgets, and it's found a proud place in the bottom of a drawer somewhere.
Well,
Never-
the polarizer is a great tool, though. I mean, it helps you
Yes.
saturate your colors so much better. Leaves, if you got light hitting the leaves, and it's almost like too much of a reflection on the leaves, you dial that right out. I mean, it's really great for bringing out the colors. Really great for that. Anywhere where there's water, mirrors, glass, reflections.
Yep.
Your sky, bringing out the color in the sky.
Well, the thing
On
about it
very
is,
wide lenses. On very wide lenses, the sky will look all different tones.
yep. The thing about it is you have to act. It's something you can't just slap it on there and ignore it from that point forward. I mean, you actually have to adjust it and play with it a little, depending on where you're looking, where the light's coming from, and things like that. And that's one of the things I tend to do is get lazy, and I'm just shooting, and then I realize, man, I need to change the polarization here for this shot, or whatever.
It takes up very little room in the bag, so it's
Mhm.
always something nice to have. Like a speed light, you don't use them much. I might use the strobes instead, but I have one in the bag just in case.
Yeah.
It's one of those sort of things.
Luis says he always uses a polarizer on his macro shots.
You can actually use two, one over the flash and one over the lens, and get birefringence and things like that.
Whoa! What's this? What's this magic you speak of, Roy?
Oh, I won't go further then. It gets a bit
No, I want to
complicated
hear
after
it. You piqued my interest.
that. The properties of glass or plastic can be seen under stress if you have the polarizer over your lens and another polarizer over the light, basically.
Cool. Now I got to go do it. I got to go do it.
It's always worth trying new things.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, man. All right, guys, I think I am going to wrap it up. We're at 1 a.m. here, 108 a.m. here in the
Over
East
4
Coast of
hours.
the United States. Huh?
I says we broke the 4-hour mark.
We broke the 4-hour mark tonight.
Yeah.
And,
Oops,
I
the
hate
wife
to go
will kill me.
You in trouble now?
Probably.
Yeah, Lance says, now I think I'll put an ND filter over my flash. It's a polarizer, Lance, over your flash.
Yes.
I'm going to try it. You piqued my interest now.
You use a variable ND as a polarizer too if you're desperate. Or you can use two polarizers as an ND.
Isn't that what a polarizer is? I mean,
an ND one is, yeah.
Yeah.
Variable NDs are just two polarizers.
Yeah. All right, guys. I really appreciate everybody being in here tonight. And I hate to go because we still have people that are in here listening, and I appreciate that. But Roy, thank you very much for coming on the show tonight, and especially with all the medium format comments, questions, and everything else. And you too, Jeff, and John when he was in here. It was nice having you guys in here to speak to a lot of the comments and the questions. I just became the antagonist.
I just wish there was two of me, one to answer the chat at the same time.
Now you know how I feel, because that's often the case with me. But thank you very much. I wish we had some place to go and look at your work, Roy, but maybe
Most
one of these
my work's
days.
on a Ned box somewhere and not plugged in at the moment. It's very boring stuff there.
I wish there was a place that people could reach you and reach out to you and talk to you, ask you questions, because you're just a wealth of knowledge. And it's great to have somebody like you around that can answer these questions, especially about
sharing knowledge.
Yeah, and that's obvious too. You do that quite often, quite a bit, and it's appreciated, I know, by everybody. You're always doing it everywhere I see you, even over on Grays. You're always sharing your knowledge and your experience with people there as well. And it's always great having you in here. And Roy, you're welcome in here anytime you want.
Oh, all right. Send me a link anytime and I'll be on whatever chat
Okay.
you do.
All right. All right.
Especially if
Jeffrey.
it's something interesting like medium format or lighting or.
Yeah. Because I know you like all that.
I do.
Jeffrey, selective imagery, folks, go over to his channel and check it out. For those that don't know about Jeffrey's channel, selective imagery, and it's therapeutic. And I don't say that laughingly; it is to me anyway. Again, I like to watch Jeffrey's videos with a cup of coffee, sit back, relax. It's therapy for me. But Jeffrey, thanks for being in here as always, buddy.
I hear I caused many a car accident. People falling asleep at the wheel.
No, it's not falling asleep. It's just relaxing. I enjoy it. John Ishii, I appreciate him being in here. Of course, we thanked him before he left, but John's always an interesting guy. And I want to hear more about his trip to Mongolia. I know a lot of people probably do as well. We need to try to get him in here for our photo review. Maybe we'll give John more than one photo just to show us what all went on in Mongolia. I know that I mentioned, or I commented on one of his photos. He's got one that I saw that's definitely print worthy. It's just a fantastic photo of some of the Mongolian riders, and just everything about it. It's just one of those things that would make a great print. I'd love for him to show that on the show. But that's pretty much it. Yaman joined quite late. We'll catch up on the show now. Should be a quiet day. Hopefully have a great one, everyone. Hey, thank you very much, Yaman. And yeah, I wish you could have got here sooner, but that's okay. You can always watch the replay. And I know you'll make the next show. You always seem to find a way to get in here with us, Yaman. Lance, thank you very much for being a little vocal tonight. Appreciate that. Your comments are welcome. Your opinions are always welcome. And everybody else that's still here, thank you very much. Now, for me to try to get out of here, go check out the description. It's got links to a lot of the people that are in here, have been in here tonight, or frequent the show as guests. If anybody out there has the ability to stream and would like to be on the show, contact me via email. It's right there on my channel page. Contact me and let me know, and we'll get you in here as well. All right, folks. With that said, I'm going to say God bless you all. Have a wonderful rest of the weekend. If you have weekend left, unlike Roy, who is his weekends winding down.
4:15 in the afternoon.
Yeah. So Sunday afternoon there.
Yep.
All right.
It is.
So again, thank you guys. I'll let you go stretch, Roy. I know you're probably ready to get up out of that chair. Factory seal. There you go. And again, thanks everybody. Have a wonderful week. I'll see you all again on Wednesday at noon, 12 p.m. Eastern time, US, for the next live stream every Wednesday, same time, same place. Everybody take care. Talk to you gentlemen later.
Yeah. Have a good one, everybody.